Hello everybody and welcome back to the second session of the UK Championship final in between Judd and Mark Selby. And after the opening session, it has been a mighty performance for the four-time world champion so far. And let's see if it is going to be the response from the world number one and the defending UK champion, as Judd is looking to try and, well, for now, close that gap down. But ultimately, the goal has to be to try and win 8 out of the last potential remaining 11 frames there for him, to try and stop Mark Selby from becoming the 3-time UK champion. And of course, that's a milestone that Trump will be looking to achieve himself with such an important, well, sort of mountain ahead of himself, trying to stop Mark Selby of getting off to a great start now. And he has to make sure that's going to be the case there in the opening frame. Otherwise, it will be 7-2 of a deficit for him to try and overcome. But for now, he's still just about in this final, although you'll have to win a couple of those frames on the bounce. And ideally for him, of course, if you talk about a mini-session format, he has to make sure that he wins the first one. And out of the, well, opening 4 frames, as I say, of the second mini-session, he's going to have to try and get at least 3 of them. That way, you'll get the scoreline down to 5-7, in the case if that's the case. And, well, once again, the handshake in between the players. And it will be Selby to get us underway for frame number 9 to get us started here. So Selby will try and break off right now, looking to guide this red onto each other, really. Just try and ensure that he's not going to leave any of those for long shots available. Once again, nice little trajectory on the cue ball. Doesn't leave any of those easy reds onto the right corner. And how about the left corner there? Because I think Judd is going to be able to get through to that red. And see if he's going to be able to get himself off to a great start now. So far, as I say, long pots have actually been the Achilles heel of Mark Selby. 27% of the opening session, 46 for Judd, although he has actually probably been one of the down points for Trump as well, because the long pots that he managed to get, more times than not, he run himself out of position on the collar. So this would be important for him to try and drop this one in. And he's managed to do it, but once again, as I said previously, I don't think he's going to be perfect on the collar. I think he was trying to hold the cue ball for the black, but I actually think that he's overtried this one, and in the end he'll probably have to try and play the blue into the green pocket and stun the cue ball for the red available. And it's a nice start though for Trump, because he manages to get the blue in as well. And well, this could be a start of something special there for him, of course. Hope Trump comes back stronger. Well, I think we all hope that, apart from Mark Selby fans, because I think, listen, we've seen Champion of Champions, we've seen Selby domination in the second session, and we've seen a confident performance and a comfortable win there in the end for him. And once again, Trump is not going to last here for, well, a lengthy period of time, because there's going to be 3 shots and a mistake being made. So he's going to get the red in, but unlikely kiss, and, well, he's going to be right on top of the black straight away, playing the cue ball onto the black, and 7 points scored there for Trump. That's not going to get him over the line quite yet in this frame. And as I say, ideally, he wants the gap to be halved right now, with it being 4 frames in the minute. I think if he gets to a reasonable scoreline of 4 frames to 6, I think that's going to be more of a story there for now. The odds for Mark Selby to win this final are going to be 125. And for now, for Judd to be champion in back-to-back season here for the UK Championship. This looks like it is going to be a stretch there for 4.0 at this stage. Safety success incredibly, as I say, 2 numbers. For now, Judd have actually been stronger than Mark Selby. And that has been safety success and long pots. But on both of those occasions, as you can see, when Trump manages to pull off those long pots, he only manages to have 7 points there to his name. And still the highest break with Judd in that frame number 7, I think it was, with the response to brilliant clearance of 105 points in frame number 5 there for Selby. Now let's see if Selby's going to try and go for this plan there. So far, as I say, especially since he had that healthy lead to himself, he was able to go for those long pots without being afraid to go for them. And, well, plays nice little shot there. And let's see if he's going to be able to get that red to the top part of the table. And, well, I think he's managed to get close to the pocket. In the end, still going to give the turn back to Trump. And, well, if Judd goes for this red to try and make a diagonal shot. He's going to have to try and hold the cue ball back for the black, and that way leaves the risk of leaving a couple of those reds available to Selby. In the end, missing a red by quite some distance out there, and getting the position on black at this stage. Probably has managed to drop the cue ball far enough down the black ball cushion to get himself lined up for a safety battle to have a couple more exchanges with Selby. People still believe in Judd in the poll, given how dominant. So, well, I think it's more about him being the world number one. And I actually think it's a positive that Selby's actually leading the poll. That gives you to have something started. But listen, Trump is always going to be in there amongst the favourite list. Not quite when he's going to be up against Selby playing that well as the Jester has managed to so far. But ultimately, it is you against the table, like Selby proved himself at the opening part of the match. And if Trump is able to replicate that Selby performance, we could have a real match on our hands. But of course, Selby won't slow down, and he'll try and respond with some of those answers of his own. For now, just the key ball onto the top part of the table to be rested. And, well, Trump just having a look to see if he's going to be able to drop the cue ball onto that red, which is going to be closest to the white for now. And try and find a diagonal line for the cue ball to be sent towards the yellow spot. And I think he's managed to play the shot well, as long as the blue is going to be covering the red on the right-hand side. And I think with the acknowledgement of Selby, that probably is the case. So Mark has to try and do a similar sort of thing here. Trying to play a red, which, well, could have been used as a double, of course, had the scoreline been 9-1 or 9-0 at this stage, but in the end it is just going to be taken into the lower part of the table, and Trump is going to try and do a similar sort of thing there, although he has only got limited number of reds to try and work with, and that two-cushion escape for the cue ball to try and head to the top part of the table doesn't seem like it is going to be an easy outcome there for him. So, I mean, this cue ball can travel down the table. It's just all about if he wants to just try and drop it for the black ball cushion. I mean, that's fine. But that way he has to try and find a perfect solution for the cue. I mean, that's one way of doing it. Of going for the long red and actually potting the cue ball into the pocket. I mean, as I say, you may laugh about it, but it genuinely isn't the worst case scenario there for Trump. Because had the cue ball stayed in the jaws, so we would have had a chance available from close range distance. In the end, he has to go for a long shot for him to try and have a chance. So, you know, a blessing in disguise there for Trump. And Selby, well, I think you will go for the long shot now, Selby. And it's all about just having to see which one to go for. But in the end, as he has a look towards the yellow, and yeah, just having a look to see maybe he's going to be able to get that red, which Trump has missed previously, as a cushion for the cue ball to try and bounce away from, and getting onto the yellow. So maybe that is going to be a bit of a target there for him. But talk about double, well, I've said it previously. I said if the scoreline was 9-0, and in the end 6-2 will still do nicely there for Mark Selby, because he has gone for the double to be taken into the left middle, and he's managed to drop it in brilliantly there. Still leaving the cue ball for the yellow to be dropped into its own pocket, and that way got a nice little angle to try and get the cue ball down the table and get yourself lined up for the break to be started. So just roll the yellow in, and let's see where the cue ball's going to finish. Doesn't want it to finish in the middle of all the reds, but in the end it's going to travel, well, long enough there for Selby to have himself a couple of options there lined up. I think the easiest one is going to try and be the shot into the left corner, try and roll the cue ball through this shot, get himself lined up for the black, which is going to be out of position for now, and try and have that one restored on its original position. And of course, the last thing that Trump would like to see is Selby getting the momentum of the opening session back. It's Mark just having a look to see if he's going to be able to, what the crown around the scores mean, and that is if you have a triple crown set completed. So you've got the likes of Selby, Robertson, Trump, Williams, Higgins, and that should be it, unless I've missed someone. They've actually completed the Triple Crown set, and those will only come alive on the actual Triple Crown events. So if you manage to win the Masters, UK Championship and World Championship as a player, then you get those two around your name in the scoreboard, just like they do on the monitors in the actual Triple Crown events. So just a little copy-paste version of that. For now, they'll get back to Selby, and he's got himself a nice little chance of taking the frame away from Jump quite earlier on here because of the way that he's got those reds separate away from each other. Now just drop the cue ball in behind the black one more time, try and have it to be set up. And thank you for... No worries. Once again, drop the black into the right corner and have himself lined up for the cue ball to be lined up for that red to be taken into. Well, once again, he's got an option of going for the left middle or the right corner. And in the end, probably has that option of going for the left middle as the optimal one, because that way you can drop the cue ball in behind the pink one more time and just use it as a nice little way of keeping the cue ball in the middle of the lower part of the table. Well, he's trying to go for the black here, which always had a bit of risk of getting the cue ball perfectly lined up in behind the red, which would have made the shot difficult there, but Selby manages to adjust the power well enough so that the cue ball is going to get past that red and still get himself lined up with an easy black to be taken. Now 39 points are going to be the advantage here for Selby. If he manages to get himself a couple more reds here as a combination, he'll be on course there for the first 50 plus break. And with him having 3 more reds in open play at that time, I think he'll be able to get very close to having a 59 points of a gap, which will be, well, probably the expected markup zone for him to try and get this frame over and done with quite quickly. And as I say, that way I think he'll kill all sort of hope for Judd Jump to try and come back, because 5 frame deficit. You know, he's managed to do it and sort of get 2 frames away from Selby in one sequence, but can't really say that he's been flying in those 2 frames. And as I say, that's why you didn't really want to see the repeat of Champion of Champions in the opening session, because that way it's just going to give Selby full control of the second one, and with him having even more of a cushion after the end of the first session, he's now about to make probably the last blow and the last punch, which we'll see Judd Trump in knockdown for sure. And it could be converted to knockout very, very soon. For now, he's 47 ahead there, Selby. And if he drops one more red into the left corner, that way you'll have only 67 points available on the table. And, well, one more red plus black combination should get him over the line after this one. When I say over the line, Judd Trump needing snookers, which pretty much are impossible to get against Mark Selby, which Trump has managed to find out previously in his match here against Selby. Well, in his frame against Selby, which actually closed off the opening session, where he managed to find one of the 2 snookers required, but wasn't able to get the cue ball with enough power in behind the green, and ultimately had to pay the price for it. So he was thinking about going for the red along the black ball cushion, but decides against it in the end. And we'll just try and roll the red into the right corner for himself, with the cue ball being stunned for. Well, once again, he can try and leave it for the black or pink. Doesn't really matter there for him, because any one of those 2 will get him over the line and leave Judd Trump needing at least a snooker at this stage. You can always try and go back for the blue here, but with his rest spot success being 100% so far and still standing, well, he's actually managed to overrun the blue, which probably will see him surprised with that. That way, if he goes for yellow here at this stage, he'll be 59 points clear, with 59 on the table, so we'll require one more red there. And as I say, you can go for either blue or brown. Neither of them are going to be a particular issue, but it's all about just trying to get on one more red there to ensure that Trump will not be coming back to the table with realistic hope for him to try and see out this frame in his favour. Get that down to 3 frames, and well, I mean, it was all about trying to get the red in first, and of course, don't miss the blue in that case, because Mark Selby is 56 points away from Trump, with 59 points still on the table. Trump can still technically get himself back in this frame. But Selby, with a bit of a surprising miss there, haven't really seen too many of those in the opening session, but I'll still say that I think he's managed to do main part of the damage away to Judd Trump, and out of those 4 reds, neither of them is going to be in open play. And that way, you're going to have to settle for a lengthy safety game for Jump to get himself in with a chance here. But at least, as I say, he doesn't have to fight and worry about snookers. If he takes those reds out, even if that's going to be 1 by 1 there with the black, I think he's still get himself in with a great chance of at least challenging Selby for the frame. Because as I say, should he lose it, he will be too much of a row for him to try and cover to get himself back level and on terms with Selby. They play now, yes, they have started. So once again, I don't know why they started the second session late once again. So that has been a bit of a story of the UK Championship. But Selby, I mean, I wasn't sure if he was trying to play that shot, but he's basically gone for a double and a transition shot for the red to be taken into the yellow pocket throughout the entire length of the table. Of course, happy to leave trump very close to those three reds with them having pretty much no value in themselves. And yeah, as I say, I don't really understand why you want to start the broadcast at 7, which, you know, he's still going to do 10-15 minutes of interviews and introduction to the players and only start the match at 7 o'clock and 10 minutes or so. But I suppose that's why. Well, the reason for it is probably going to have to be that you're limited on the money for a broadcast. That way, you just have to try and make the most out of the time, which gets allocated to you by TNT and any other broadcasting channels. So Selby, once again, just looking to see if this red going to go into the right corner, which of course it will, but just trying to get the cue ball into somewhat safe zone there for him after the previous safety shot by Judd wasn't as accurate as he could have been, leaving the cue ball and that red still within the reach of each other. And let's see if Selby's going to try and knock this one in. And well, he tried to, didn't really get close to it though. And, well, let's see if Trump is going to try and take this double on into the left middle. Of course, that was the double which actually set up Selby with that brilliant break of 63 points. Sorry, 63 points was the points tally. Of course, it was 4 points to get started with. So it was 59 points for Selby. And Trump doesn't feel like taking any sort of risks on. Was trying to get the cue ball in behind the blue and the black sequence of colours. And still think there is going to be a gap for Selby to try and get in between those two. But of course, that way you're going to have limited access in terms of the part of those reds that you can try and get the cue ball into. So Selby just having a look to see if you can see enough of those reds to try and send them into each other, get the cue ball once again into two side cushions. First into the right one, then ricochet into the left one and finish close by the middle of the ball cushion. The way that he has to swerve this shot, clearly trying to hit particular parts of those reds and trying to ensure that he's not going to leave any of them over the pocket. Well, that's what I thought, and the camera was suggesting that. In the end, he has gone for a double approach, and he's left this red in a position which, well, can still see Trump dropping this red in, but as I say, at this stage, he can't afford to be playing any of the ball colours. So he has to be blue, pink or black there for him to try and take this red with. And in the end, Trump is not even going to try and go for those reds. So I'm just going to try and send the cue ball into one of them. Try and push one more red over the right middle. Decent effort there. Couldn't quite get the red close enough to the right middle pocket to ensure that any sort of mistake from Selby leaving the cue ball within the reach of that red is going to give himself a chance of getting back in this frame. 5 minutes since the last pot time by Mark Selby after he managed to miss the blue and wasn't quite over the line at that stage. I think one more time, it is a chance here for Trump to try and get one more red in open play. Try and force Selby to be doing something with that last remaining red. So I think that's what he's trying to do, getting the cue ball in behind one more red. And, well, once again, could have tried to get a little bit more contact on that red and a bit more power for it to be even further away from the side cushion. But, of course, it's still going to be an improvement from the position that Trump has found himself in previously. That he thought that he wasn't going to come back to the table at that stage with Selby missing the frame ball with the blue taken into the left corner after running himself, well, a bit too far out on the cue ball. Now it is Mark Selby that has to try and find the gap to leave the cue ball. And he's looking to see into a similar sort of zone which has left Selby with the need to try and swerve that shot into the main bunch of reds. And well, let's try and see if he's going to be able to get a little bit of a touch on this red. And with the right amount of backspin and, well, maybe even left-hand spin He wants to try and use the cushion first, try and get the cue ball in behind the blue, but that way, as I say, he has to be very precise with that shot taken, because the red that has been left out very close to the green pocket, and right middle are going to be available there for him, and that's the approach that he's tried to do. And I think he has managed to produce a really nice shot out there, because that's going to leave Chump snookered on the two reds on the lower part of the table. And if you're going to try and get the cue ball onto the top part of it, that way you have to try and ensure you're not going to leave an easy red out away here to Selby, which of course at this stage will turn into frame ball, and will leave Judd Chump needing 2 snookers for him to get back into this frame, even without Selby taking any one of those colours. So let's see what Chump is going to try and do here. Probably, if you can see the edge of that red, try and get through the green, very close to the green pocket there for the cue ball after the kiss of that red. And still have to make sure that it doesn't leave a path there for this red to travel into the left middle. See if he's managed to cover that, because I think it is slightly touch and go. And with that approach, it is going to be very difficult for him to try and guide that red onto the left middle. So Selby once again just having a look at a bit of a secret zone there in behind the blue that he was aiming to get the cue ball in behind previously. So now, if the cue ball is hit with the right pace out there, you can still try and have a go at this one. Once again, the Laporte time approaching 10 minutes now, with more than 8 of those already passed since that last red which Mark Selby managed to get himself before running himself out of position on the blue. So, well, I mean, he can have a look at this red that he can try and take into the left middle, but as I say, there was still no appropriate angle shown to see if you can try and get the cue ball to be resting on the ball cushion, and that way allow himself to go in with a chance of actually taking that red with no real risk of leaving any one of those reds available to Judd Chump. So once again, he just has a little look to see if that's going to be the case, or he has to, well, go for another short approach, because it's now 90 seconds since the last shot taken by Chump, and so I'll be just having a look to see, just to try and study all the options. And if you get the cue ball to bounce away from the side cushion, I think that way you're going to have yourself set up in somewhat of a safety battle. I think he was trying to use the yellow to ensure that Chump wasn't able to see that red, and well, as that didn't work out, he can try and go for another option on the next time of asking. For now, he's going to be probably one more long shot taken there by Chump, but as he misses this one by a mile, drops the cue ball in, and it will be frame conceded straight away. So, not the first time. It is going to be a foul shot to lose Judd Chump the frame, and of course, after he managed to do that on frame number 8, now he's done it in frame number 9 once again, and well, for the 7th time of asking, it is going to be frame to Mark Selby, who is still on course for making this the biggest beating of the season when it comes to the final. The record so far is going to be, well, so far Mark Selby's in second, runner-up place, and the most dominant win in the final has been produced by Mark Williams over Sean Murphy at the China Grand Prix. And as I say, Mark Selby was the runner-up himself at the Champion of Champions after quite a comfortable win with the scoreline of 10 frames to 5. And he's still on course to try and go above that if he is to win 3 of those frames without conceding 3 frames first to Judd Chump, and allowing himself to reach that sacred number of 5 frames won. At this stage, as I say, you can't really say anything in terms of Judd Chump trying to get himself back to win this match. I think it's very difficult to do that against anyone, especially Mark Selby, especially with the way that he's managed to treat this tournament, with him still not losing more than 3 frames in first to 6 matches. And as I say, on course for now to try and keep that number very much within 11 frames there being lost. And of course, if Mark Selby is to win this match, he will try and well, even the frames out lost by Judd Chump in the previous matches across the entire tournament, that being 11 frames. And well, he's already managed to lose 7 of them, and very keen to get the frame 10 underway, but just have to feel like that at some stage Tom will just go for anything that is possible there for him, and try and do the old cliche of snooker players that if I have to go out, I better do it on my own terms. Now gets the cue ball to the top part of the table. And, well, he gets it in behind the yellow, so he's managed to get himself into a safe place. At least somewhat safe place. Still think that he's going to show Selby with some of those reds onto the lower part of the table. And Selby just having a look to see if he's going to be able to cannon the cue ball off the cushion and into the left-hand side of the table. As he tries to reach the bunch in the way, that wouldn't leave an easy chance given here to Trump. And, well, he's having a look to see if he can just about get through to this red to take it by the edge and push it into the main bunch of those reds. Have the cue ball to be accelerated away. And, well, hopefully for him get past the brown as he gets a nice little kiss to get the cue ball to be lined up very close by the yellow pocket. So that kiss, of course, benefiting Selby badly, because that way you're going to have the cue ball to be separated by a long distance. And so far you can see the breaks converted 1 from 5 for Trump and 4 from 5 for Selby. So consistency for Selby just has to be admired badly, and the inconsistency for Trump probably has to be admired as well, because once again it is a red left over the pocket there for Trump. And well, the performance that we've seen in the opening session just doesn't seem to get away there for him. Selby will be able to go for this red and try and leave himself set up for the black to be taken onto the right corner. I mean, he can try and take this one with backspin, but as I say, I think if he manages to just try and drop the red into the corner pocket, he'll be able to get himself set up for the black, even though, of course, as you can see, long pot success 21%. And, well, I thought that surely was a shot for him to try and improve that number. In the case of Mark Selby, that, well, wasn't quite what happens, and he's going to leave the same red away there to Trump. And I actually thought that you're not really going to see an easier long shot approach for professional players to be taking on there, but it is going to be a chance given away here to Trump. And well, has to be trying to take frames in packages now by 2 and 3 now, as I say, ideally, and not ideally, but the only way for him to try and keep himself in this match was to win 3 of the opening 4 frames. He already lost out on one of them. That way, for him to try and fulfill that task, he has to win 3 on the bounce here for him to be within touching distance of Mark Selby. When I say touching distance at that stage, he'll be 2 frames behind, which still could be classified as comfortable cushion for Mark Selby's point of view. And, well, let's be honest with you, I can't really see Judd winning 3 frames on the bounce with the way that he's played so far, with the match time reaching 3 hours now. Trump gets himself very close to the blue line, but ultimately just about on the wrong side of it. Of course, he can sort of get through this one, but for now, because he's going to have a red left out by Selby, very much too close to the left corner pocket. But as he takes that one out of the pocket, he's going to be able to, and he's going to have the need to play a better positional shot in the future for him to try and ensure that he doesn't have to use any more of those reds very close to the pocket. Now, overruns for the blue, if that was the colour that he was playing for, and I think he's going to have himself set up very close to the green here to try and take into the green pocket. Now, once again, if he takes this one with backspin, he's going to be able to get the cue ball off the side cushion and close to those reds. In the end, he was able to just try and guide the cue ball onto the reds without touching the side cushion, which has allowed the cue ball to bounce away from it nicely. And 17 points now is the advantage for Trump. So far, when it has been the average break of more than 2 pots, well, it has dropped down. It was 40 points previously. Right now, it is going to be 32.5, with a nice little shot being played in terms of the cue ball managing to get away there from all of the reds, getting off the side cushion and set up nicely for the blue to be taken. So, could be a nice little chance there for Trump to try and take one more red away from the black ball cushion and free up the black spot by doing that. Have the black taken into the right corner on the next shot approach, and that way he's going to have himself to be set up in and around the black spot for him to try and have significant points of a break to be had until he manages to, hopefully for himself, get over the line in frame number 10 and ensure that it is not going to be the worst sort of defeat there this season in terms of any of the players reaching the final stage. we had quite a comprehensive win of Karen Wilson over Zhao Xington, with that being 10 frames to 5, but as I say, that was the semi-final anyway. And Trump once again dropping that red nicely along the black ball cushion, so those were the shots that he was struggling with previously. So it's still going to be quite refreshing for him, I bet, to see those disappear without, any effort, it would seem. And only Trump will know just how much effort he's actually putting into those shots in terms of trying to control the cue ball perfectly, where it's all being done on autopilot. And one more red that he can try and get through there to the main bunch. And ideally, I thought that he was going to try and have contact with the bunch, but clearly just settling for 2 more reds to be taken into the right corner for now. And the other one will sort of have the option of being taken into either one of the left or right corner pockets. And, Trump is on the run for this red. And therefore, he was just checking to see if it's going to make sense there for him to try and go for the red into the left middle. In the end, probably he still has to bridge over that red, try and get himself lined up for the red to be taken nicely into the right corner. And, as I say, when he was bridging over for the black in the 8th frame, he still missed out on that one. And it is going to be quite refreshing there for him to see all of those reds and blacks disappear into the corner pockets. 53 points of a break. And just hopefully it will be the first frame which is going to see Mark Selby not scoring any of those points at all. And Trump being allowed to at least get that gap back down to 4 frames of advantage for Mark Selby's point of view. Now, if he gets the black in with a bit of power on the cue ball, he's going to be able to get the white into the main back of reds. And, once again, that has probably been the struggling point as well as the long shots there for Trump. And 61 points advantage. He needs the red and the colour combination for him to be over the line. We have seen it before when he had that 68 point advantage in frame number 4. And Selby produced a break of 73 points for him to be over the line. And I think he can try and go for this red into the middle. But that way he has to play this one absolutely perfectly. And he has managed to do it. So just a black needed there for him to be over the line here. And leave Mark Selby needing snookers. I think he could try and hold the cue ball now, with him having just about enough angle there to allow himself to do it. And, in the end, he is going to be very disappointed with himself because he's not over the line once again. And with the way that those reds are set up, this could be another massive steal over to Mark Selby. We have seen it before. As I say, that frame number 4 was a carbon copy of this one. But that one was, I think, allowing Selby off, sort of sacrificing 3 points. This one can allow up to 5 points here. And the break of 62 points, once again, is not going to be enough there for Trump. And let's see if Selby is going to be able to do it again here to his opponent. I think trying to get those 4 reds in with the black is going to be an idea there for him. Because of the pink being on the top part of the table. You can try and take it with that red to try and set himself up with a straightforward 6-color clearance, which of course he will need to produce a total clearance now for him to be over the line. But I still think that he's going to be over the moon with a chance that get presented to him now. And, Trump, how many of those frames has he actually thrown away at the finish line when he had the gaps of 68 points, 51 points, 41 points, and time and time again you had Selby coming back at him. And, time and time you had Trump just not learning the lesson. Once again, Selby making sure that he's going to play the opening 3 reds with the black. And get himself lined up for this red to be taken. And, you can see the disappointment, pure disappointment in the eyes of Judd Trump. And, 10 unforced errors for Trump. And 8 of those already seen by Selby. Yeah, you can try and get this one in behind the red one more time. And, he can try and set himself up for a shot into the right middle. Or, of course, the shot into the right corner. As now he gets himself onto 24 points, so completes that. 3 reds and 3 black sequence. Hey, hello. 38 points he's behind right now. 43 on the table. So, as long as I say, he's going to be able to get the cue ball to drop for the black one more time. He's going to have that red available to be taken into the green pocket. And, I think That way he's going to give himself the best possible opportunity of not needing any more sort of visits to the table. But for now, he had to play a difficult shot there, trying to get onto the cue ball. And, well, he has to make sure he wasn't straight on this black. And with the way that he's looking at this one, he probably is going to be straight. And if you're going to try and get the cue ball onto the side cushion, that way he's not going to be easy at all, because he basically is going to leave him with a long shot. So now, if you do the maths here, he's going to, well, it'll be fine for him to take that last remaining red with any of the colours apart from the yellow, because the yellow will get him set up for a respot. And, well, he was trying to sacrifice all sort of distance in between the cue ball and that red, and in the end he probably got too close to the borderline of not seeing the red enough there. So 30 points he's behind now, with 35 still at the table. He can try and drop the red in, as I say, as long as he lands himself for the green. Preferably, of course, he would have been setting himself up for the pink to be taken, for it to disappear onto the lower part of the table. And Selby is judging their contact on the cue ball, and in the end he's going to leave Trump probably snookered here, but it's probably going to turn into more of an advantage there for Trump because of the way the red is set up so close to the ball cushion. If you're going to try and have the cue ball to bounce away onto the lower part of the table, I think that'll set himself up nicely for a chance to get himself at least one more frame on the board. And, well, yeah, as I say, he's managed to play the shot nicely, getting the red to go down the table and finish exactly on the spine. And, well, Selby's going to have to try and find his way out of a snooker situation. As I say, I think Selby would be disappointed for the chance that he's taken. He didn't really need to try and minimise the distance in between the cue ball and that red to the extent that he actually couldn't see enough of the red for him to try and drop it into the green pocket. And, well, didn't have to see himself engaged in the safety battle. Snooker escaped success so far in the match, 55%, but of course that was compromised quite early in the match, where a lot of those points were given away to Trump. And, just about misses the black there with Selby, but ultimately I don't think it's going to matter. And Trump is going to be able to drop the red into the middle and get himself a prime chance there of reclaiming at least some sort of momentum and get that gap bound to 4 frames. So far, probably the only pocket which hasn't actually seen Judd miss any of the shots into. Middle of 17 out of 17, and it is going to be made 18 out of 18. 31 points of a cushion there for Trump, as he now just takes the blue to ensure that we won't see Selby coming back to the table in this frame. And it is going to be at least a score draw in the second session, but of course the problem for Trump is going to be that he still has Selby getting in on that frame count of 10, which will get him over the line here and ultimately set himself up nicely for that frame to be taken away there, and the match to be taken, of course, away from Judd Trump. As for now, he gets the yellow and the green into their respective pockets. He can try and get himself at least somewhat nice table time here, as he gets the brown into the yellow pocket as well. And 45 points of an advantage there. Probably will be one of the highest points advantages there that Trump has had throughout this match. And, well, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be too sort of big for Selby either, because he had the advantage of 97 and 104 points previously. But apart from that, he had to win majority of those frames on the pink or black combination. As for now, it is going to have pink taken. And, well, the break of 26 points is still going to do him nicely. And it is Judd Trump to get over the line now and set himself up for at least a 4-frame deficit once again there. So it is Judd Trump 3, Mark Selby 7 going into frame number 11. And the match is still just about live there for Trump to try and hold on to for slightly longer. 1 frame for Trump it is indeed. And you have to start somewhere. The problem is, of course, target minimum at this stage has to be 2 more frames taken. 5-7 is still possible, you feel. 5-8, not so much so. It's incredible. Judd had breaks of over 60 and still lost them. Yes, that's the problem. And had the breaks of 68, the breaks of 51 and 41, but has actually lost him the frame. And ultimately, listen, he could have well lost this frame as well, because remember, he had the break of 62 points. He went for 1 more red to be taken. He's missed it, and in the end, Selby was on for a clearance ran himself out of position on the last red, and that has actually saved Trump to get himself into a safety battle, leaving Selby needing snookers. And as he was unable to find himself from the first snooker escape situation, Trump was able to drop the red in and finish the frame with a break of 26 points there, for him to have 3 points on the board. And Mark Selby still left out on 7 as it stands here, as we enter frame number 11 and officially the second part of the match. Trump is just having a look to see that, of course, he will be looking to try and hold on to any sort of positivity there for him. But at this stage, you have to say that it's pretty much impossible for Trump to have Selby to be shut down completely throughout the remaining, what is it going to be? Well, 9 frames maximum. And it has to be at least 7 more frames for Judd Trump to win this match. 3 more frames will do the work for Selby. Coming Judd, well, he's going to have to try and win a couple of more of those frames if he is to get himself back in the action here. And put a bit of pressure on Selby, which so far, as I say, probably hasn't been the case since the scoreline was 0-0. And ever since that brilliant opening frame clearance, you always had that feeling that Selby was able to build on that. And, well, so far, as I say, throughout this tournament, whether he was against Neil Robertson, whether he was against Ding Zhuhui, on a couple of occasions against Stephen Maguire and Si Xiaowei as well, Trump was always to respond nicely and get himself lined up for those shots and those reds to be taken nicely. And not quite on this occasion here, missing way too many long shots. The safety battle probably has been the strongest point, incredibly, and his positional success and his spot success have been way below average. Now, after the break-off shot by Selby, Trump is having a look to see. This is a very similar red to the one that he's trying to take on in the opening part of the first frame of the second session. Managed to drop that one in, but didn't quite get the spin on the cue ball that he wanted. And, well, the fact that he's going for the red, you can't really see him playing the safety shot of this one. So has to try and go for it now. And he's tried to play it, and he's played it beautifully. But he has got the cue ball perfectly lined up on the ball cushion. So, as I say, just lacking that confidence in himself. And when he does go for those long reds, as I say, he doesn't seem to land on the colour at all. And one more time, just like it was on that occasion, it is going to just try and roll the cue ball in behind the green. You could actually, I think, make a nice little highlights reel of the long shots that I've actually seen Judd Trump taking really nicely. But I think it'll be difficult to make any sort of compilation or highlights reel of the long reds that he's managed to take on and still land himself on the colour. I think there's only been 1 or 2 so far in this match, with the majority of the frames that he's taken probably given away by some of the easiest chances by Mark Selby. Still, Mark has to try and find himself getting the cue ball to the lower part of the table, and I think he's managed to play the shot really nicely. I thought before the cue ball hit the side cushion that he's played this one with not enough power, but he has managed to get the cue ball with just about enough traction for him to get lower onto the top part of the table. If it happened to Judd, it can happen to Selby too. He's been flawless so far, but he may feel pressure if Judd wins this one. Well, listen, he can, but I think it can happen against Trump. I can't really see it happening against Selby because Judd Trump can lose 5 frames in a row because of sometimes he loses one of pure brilliance of Selby. Then on the second one, he'll go for a long shot, which will be aggressive, leave another chance for Selby. Bang, bang, 2-0. And that's the way he has gone for. Then he get himself into the chance of a break. He misses after, scoring 40 points. He misses the red or a black. And leaves the chance for Selby. Bang, bang, 3-0. That can happen to Trump. I don't think it can happen to Selby because when he runs himself out of position on those reds, he will rather play a safety shot rather than go for a risky shot himself. And that's the difference between the two players. That's why I think it was always about. Well, you could see Trump running away from Selby, but that way you had to see Selby making all those mistakes. And listen, it could still happen, but I think in that way you'll try and slow the plays down. Try and slow the play down as well. Try and force Trump to be getting engaged in those safety battles. Try and wear him down and ultimately just force him to go for those long shots. Listen, I know they call him the ace in the pack, but I think right now Selby has got all the aces in his hands. And let's see if he's going to try and go for this red now into the right corner. I think he was trying to do it. And still got the cue ball nicely lined up for the black ball cushion. And, well, if Chompy's going to be able to get the red onto the left middle, I think he's going to be able to get himself lined up for a nice little sequence of shots as well. But for now, as I say, just focus on the safety part. Dear admin, you say Selby's boring and slow. That's why people hate him. So tell of losing which book of snooker rules. It's recent playing Selby's game. I don't think I've said it because I actually have great respect for Selby, as I say. I think he's got that opportunity. And I'm not saying that he's been playing like that today. I think he's been flawless today. And I can only praise him today for his performance because he was able to take the game to Judd in his own world. And I just say that if Judd manages to respond with him having breaks of 80, 70 points, all at the same time, I think that way it is going to have Selby to sort of go back to his own world and slow the play down. But until that point, as I say, there have been very few mistakes by Selby. But there's one of them, because that's going to leave a perfect chance away to Chomp. And well, I think at this point, the crowd will be trying to be on Chomp's point of view and try and support him here. Anyway, coming here. Hello, coming. Now, get this red into the left middle and try and roll it for the blue. Once again, Chomp is going to have a couple of those reds available. And well, with him taking two of those out of the picture already, the third one is going to be over the left middle. And as I say, I think it's not against the rules of snooker, of course, trying to play slow, but I think it could be a real weapon for Selby to try and use from. Well, we beat Ronnie 2014, not easy that. Well, of course, as I say, I think, apart from Mark Selby, I don't think there's anyone that has managed to beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the World Championship final. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I know that he's lost out in a couple of semi-finals, but I don't think that happened in the final. And once again, takes the blue nicely to take it into the right middle. And getting himself lined up for 13 points of a cushion. And by the way, if you've actually seen that final in 2014, you would know that Selby wasn't playing slow at all. He was brilliant. And it was actually a match for Ronnie in terms of the way that he was making breaks for fun at that time. And that's what you have to do over 4 sessions at least, with him having the gap pretty much throughout the majority of that match. And when he was really close to getting over the line, he had allowed Ronnie to get close to him and still was able to get over the line with 4 frames in hand, with the final scoreline being 18 frames to 14. Once again here, so Chomp is going to have to try and make his work cut short now in terms of playing for the blue and trying to get on the black now for the best possible chance and trying to play through the cue ball, getting the white to roll off the side cushion and get himself lined up for the pink. Don't think he had a way for the cue ball to be sent on the black, and plays the shot really nicely one more time. And of course he had quite a convincing start to the previous frame. He couldn't quite get over the line and in the end still managed to finish it with 50 points or so in between himself and his opponent. And right now we'll try and get to sort of 100 points without reply at least, with him getting 25 on the break now. And Selby has to try and, be sitting in his chair now. As I say, I still don't think he'll be scared about the form that Chomp has been putting in, because we have seen it before. Chomp was able to win 2 frames on the bounce, but at this stage, with him being 5-0 down, he had to be winning 3 frames on the bounce or so. And that's going to be the target if he is to be victorious in frame number 11 and try and get it to being 3 frames in between the 2 players. Once again, for now, it has been flawless positional play there for him. And these early parts of the break so far, getting 31 points here after a brilliant long red, well taken there into the left corner. And he's going to be able to play for the pink one more time, which is currently sitting on the black ball spot. But he was trying to get onto those reds, and he's going to put him under a lot of pressure now, because with the way those reds have gone, I can't really see the place on the table which is going to get the cue ball into the safe spot. So I'm probably going to have to try and force the blue to be taken. Is he going to be able to roll it into the middle? He will be. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? Well, he's going to finish in a position where it's going to be difficult to try and roll that red into the right middle, because I think the blue is going to be in the way. And still going to have one more chance there for himself. Apex reporting. Nah, listen, Alicia, thank you, but don't really need a lawyer there. I've never been a fan of the way Selby plays the game, but I never said that it's illegal or you can't do it. You can just have your own preference, and then you have something that you absolutely respect. And as I say, him being a 4-time world champion, winning back-to-back sort of world championships, it was something that I actually, couldn't think that anyone apart from Ronnie could do it in this decade, and in the way the snooker has managed to evolve. And as I say, that if you dislike Selby, then you still have to show him the respect that he deserves for the player that he has been, both to the sport and what you see of the interviews and off the table. He still has been a great player to watch on, and it was just about and just a matter of time there until Judd made a mistake, because even though he managed to get himself out of jail for a couple of those blue shots to be taken, that way he was trying to play for the black, he ran himself out of position and trying to play the blue into the yellow pocket. He was unable to do it, and now it is going to be 39 points in between the two players. As Selby's trying to get that gap down once again. So still yet to see that frame-winning break by Chomp, which is going to get Selby sitting on 0 points when frame reaches the end. And ultimately, still going to be a mighty challenge there for Selby to try and get himself to win this frame at the current visit to the table, especially if he misses blue like that. I mean, those are the signs there for Chomp to try and do something about it with. And has he still managed to get himself out of position on the red? Because, he got the cue ball into the main bunch of reds with missing the blue. Of course, that line was compromised. 19 unforced errors shared in between the two players, 10 by Judd and 9 by Mark here. So it is going to be just 1 point taken there by Selby. And I think Trump is going to try and get this red into the left middle. And, he was trying to get the cue ball in behind the black anyway. And he was both successful in terms of trying to get the red into the middle, which he has managed to pot. And just getting the cue ball very close to the black. And now just canning the cue ball into the black one more time for him to hit the required colour. And have 39 points to try and hold on to now. With still 67 points on the table. So this is going to be quite a nasty frame for Selby to try and win, because of two reds being close to each other and very close to the side cushion as well. That way you're going to have to try and get through the 3 easy reds for now. And of course, if Trump is to get his hands on those 3 reds, he'll be able to get himself over the line in the frame and force the scoreline to be 4-7. Can you please on the caption, because your accent is too professional and I am weak in English? Well, absolutely. Well, I don't know what you mean by that, to be fair. And thank you for the compliment, though, because I'm not English myself. And what a mistake that is by Selby, because he got himself over a little bit of a kiss off their red. I'm not really sure what he was apologising for, because he dropped the cue ball. That's going to give a ball in hand to Judd Trump. And that way, it is going to be a nice little chance for the long shot to be taken by Judd. Now, I think if he manages to drop the cue ball onto the right corner pocket, and he's going to try and set himself up for the shot of the colour to be taken, but he's made the mess of that because, well, he knows it. You can see that face expression telling you the story, because, he clearly wasn't expecting for himself to miss that red, and he cannoned along the side cushion and got a couple of those reds to be in open play now. So all of a sudden, this challenge can be on here for Selby, especially if he has an opener of going for that red into the middle. I hope this match to go all the way. I'd like to see Trump win it, especially after a great comeback. Well, great. It's a fair comment, but the shot that he just played with a long shot probably is going to put the end to those hopes one more time if Selby is able to get that position on the lonely red on the side cushion sorted and get himself through the other 4 reds as well. 3 of them being in open play. The first one already been potted. Getting the cue ball nicely lined up for the green to be taken. And, get the cue ball off the side cushion. And one more time to be played. So gets the cue ball down the table. And just having a look to see if he's going to be able to drop the red into the left corner. And oh no, well indeed, it is going to be oh no there for Chom's point of view. But only has himself to blame once again, going for that long shot, which if you're going to make, brilliant, but I mean, trying to force his way through all those colours. I mean, there wasn't real guarantee anyway for him to land on one of those colours, but when you miss the red, one of those balls can go anywhere, and of course the red they missed gone along the side cushion and cannoned his way into those reds and managed to give an open chance away to Selby. Session 1, 91%. Pot success there for Mark. So far, 86 for the second one, but of course that will be compromised by the number of shots taken so far, because if you have 5 misses out of 35 shots, it is going to be a worse percentage than if you have bad misses over 70 shots or so. One more red taken, and the black to be aimed into the right corner. If you can try and drop this one in, he's going to be 23 points behind, and well, he's played a really nice shot there because he was able to get the cue ball onto the side cushion and get that red into the open play, allowing himself to probably go into the endgame point of this frame, because right now he's got absolutely nothing in between himself and Judd other than just 23 points physically on the table. But I'll be very, very surprised if this frame is not going to end now with Selby leading by 8 frames to 3. Because it's not over quite yet, and he still has to make his way through. Pretty much somewhat close to a total clearance, but Chump will be absolutely gutted there with the way that he didn't manage to take the frame away from Selby, and there have been way too many of those instances there earlier today, which ultimately is why the scoreline is about to reach. Well, for now it is going to be, of course, trying to just level the points out with the way that Chump has managed to score. Still being 19 points away there from Selby's point of view, but as he's got 35 points in the table, that shouldn't be anything more than just a formality there for him, with the pink, blue, yellow being away from their spots, but blue and pink very close to left corner pocket and the yellow pockets respectively. Yellow being slightly out of position, but it still shouldn't be too much of an issue there for Selby to make his way through. And I think ultimately it will be the pink, which should get Selby over the line. But of course, as I say, it's never quite over, and he has been taking a lot of time on those shots. Oh my word, I mean, what on earth has he done there? He's smiling about it and he's laughing about it, but I absolutely guarantee you will be dying inside of him, and you can see the reaction in his face. He can't believe what he's just done, and well, he left the red perfectly on the side cushion. I mean, that was... I mean, it wasn't even commentator's curse, because I was just saying that he still needs to get the red in, because I was just thinking about why was he taking so much time on those shots. And, well, he clearly was trying to hold the cue ball a bit too much out there. And, well, it's a bit unfortunate there, of course, that Chomp doesn't have a chance to go for this red straight away. But at least he gets himself into the chance to still try and fight back for the frame. And not give it away back to Mark Selby one more time. With it going back to the safety play. Selby trying to get the cue ball down the table. And ideally for himself, having to make sure that all of the colours are going to remain in, well, pretty much close to their own spots. But ultimately an open play at least there for him. Because he is going to be the player that he's going to require all of those colours apart from maybe the black. He is human, he is, and we've just seen that confirmed. Well, that is one of the easiest misses that we've seen of Selby probably the entire week, and I just think he probably is one of those that he was... I don't think that was complacency, as I say, when he was taking so much time on the shot. I think it was just all about trying to put all the eggs for landing himself perfectly on the collar, and in the end, he wasn't quite able to do that. So all about the red battle. As I say, apart from that, all the colours are going to be, if not on their spots, then sort of in open play. Well, I say not on their spots because for now it is only going to be brown and green on their original position. Blue still remains very close to the yellow pocket, and so does the pink, close to the left corner. Black has gone very close to the right part of the table, and yellow is going to be still possible into its own pocket, or the green pocket as well. Subtitles available? No, I've got no idea what you mean by that. And not available at this stage. So, I mean, Selby's having a look to see if he's going to be able to drop the cue ball down the table while still leaving that red onto the top part of it. Because that way he can still try and go for the lower part of the table. Not in live stream. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to do it anyway, because if you expect me to do subtitles list manually or 3.5 hours, I mean, that's Very generous of you, but no thank you. And of course, you're not able to do that on the live stream. And well, I mean, Selby was happy to give all the momentum away to Chomp. And I think by doing that, he's happy to try and leave the cue ball in, or at least give him a chance there for Chomp to try and give the cue ball in behind the blue, which is going to get Selby lined up in a similar position to the one that he's found himself at in the previous frame, with Chomp just about being able to get over the line in frame number 10. Can he try and produce similar sort of performance in frame number 11? Of course, ideally for Chomp, I mean, I say you want to be causing chaos on the table, but that way you're going to lose control of the red. So probably, I mean, if you have a clear-cut chance of sending the cue ball into the green or brown, trying to put them out of position, of course, you're going to try and take it. But for now, it was just all about trying to get the cue ball separated by the reds, with brown and green being in the way. And yeah, he's just having a look to see if he's going to be able to see the edge of that red, and not sure if that's going to be the case there with him. I think he's trying to just swerve around this red, try and take it onto, well, separated by the green there with the cue ball. Nice little shot there by Selby, because he was looking to try and respond to Chomp's encounter, and in the end he was able to do that. Chomp, I don't think he has to swerve himself, but if you can see the left-hand side edge of this red, he has to be very careful to not leave it over the green pocket, which sometimes has been the case as well. And he's able to, this time around, avoid any chance of a swerve there being done by Selby. And he's going to try and do it off the right side cushion. 19 points away there, once again, as I say. And with all the colours still being possible, it still comes down to whoever comes at a chance there of potting the red will probably be a massive favourite to take this frame away from their opponent. And the fact that Selby is going to be 19 points behind, or Chomp is going to be 19 points ahead, wouldn't mean a lot. And well, I mean, it's one more scratch there from Selby, because he's going to get the cue ball into the pocket one more time. And it is going to be left middle this time around, although he still put the red onto the side cushion, so I don't think he's going to be a massive advantage there given to Chomp. I mean, he's having a look to see if he's going to be able to drop the red in with no weight at all. And as long as you play this one, to guarantee that you're going to catch the front jaw, I can actually justify and understand him taking this red on. But it is going to be very difficult for him to actually execute that nicely. And, well, I can probably understand being a snooker player myself, probably can understand the cross-double approach. If you try and get it into the left middle, try and get the cue ball with topspin to go in behind the black, with the yellow, brown and blue all being very close to the yellow pocket. This could be sort of a minor point for Chomp to hold on to, but if he makes a mess of that, he's going to put himself into a lot of scrutiny. So for now, just trying to find the perfect place for the cue ball to be placed, and you're trying to put it on the left-hand side of the D, then you try to put it in the middle. So it doesn't want to really have it in the middle because of the way that he has to bridge over blue. And that way, making the shot slightly awkward there for him. And once again, the camera just concentrated on potential angle for the cross double. But I think he was taking that. He will put the cue ball slightly closer to the red. So I still think he's got that little bit of a chance to try and drop this red full ball into the right middle. Let's see if he's going to be able to do that. And he's gone for a cross double, but he had the red to bounce away. Now, where's he going to finish? Yeah, as I say, if you're going to play cross double, don't play with brute force and brutal power like that. But he still managed to get the red into a somewhat safe zone. I mean, I don't understand why he's trying to absolutely hammer that red. The whole point of cross double, that you're going to try and get this one with not sort of no power at all, because you still want to have insurance that if you miss the red, it's going to get away from the pocket. But don't play like that, and just, it probably will be classified as a bit of a hidden hope shot. And this time around, of course, it is going to be in favour of Chomp. Now let's see what Selby's going to be able to do. And, well, I think the answer was the one that we expected to see. Trying to get the cue ball in behind the pink, and, well, getting the red perfectly into the black ball zone onto the top part of the table. And now we all have 5 reds pretty much being in and around the bulk line, with the yellow being the only out of those 5. being slightly onto the lower part of the table. So Chomp is very quick to try and take the shot on. And, well, I think he's managed to play the shot really nicely there, putting the green, the cue ball, and the red, all of them onto the bulk line. And that way, I don't think Selby's going to be able to see that red full ball. And forcing him to try and swerve around the pink. Sorry, try and swerve around the green. Try and cunning the cue ball onto the red. And try and get himself lined up for this red. To try and go into or closer to the left middle. Of course, that way, if Selby takes his shot on, he still gets himself in with a chance there of leaving this red over the left middle. But as long as he puts enough power on it, he'll be able to put it closer to the corner pocket. And, well, that's exactly what he's done. And he's managed to play the shot really nicely in favour of. He managed to put the red perfectly on the side cushion. So it's not really going to be playable there from Chomp. And also, he's going to have to, well, try and separate the cue ball and the red away from each other. And it's not really easy for you to do that when you've got the cue ball pretty much straight down and straight at the top part of the red. It's really easy for you to have a double kiss. Probably why Chomp tried to, well, get the kiss on the red. That way he's going to push it towards the yellow pocket. And as the red fades away there slightly, away from the cushion, he was able to have the brown to be blocking off the yellow pocket. So he probably was playing that with the sort of brown covering the yellow pocket in mind. But ultimately could have played the shot with slightly less power to give Selby lesser of control in terms of trying to get this cue ball in behind brown or blue. Still being a chance there for Mark. And, well, I think Selby can try and just play the cue ball onto the cushion, try and ricochet it into the red, because it's inevitable for him to actually hit the red and drop it closer to the green pocket. And yeah, he manages to find a nice little gap there to have the cue ball separated by the red with a little colour sequence of brown and blue. Manages to play the shot with great accuracy out there. And well, so he manages to judge the pace of the power really nicely. And well, if Chomp is unable to find any sort of way for him to get through to this red, he's going to have to try and play it with two cushion escape diagonally with two lengths of the table, because basically right now the cue is located perfectly on the yellow pocket in sort of in the scale of the table. Has to try and send it towards the right corner and bounce away from the right corner and onto the yellow pocket once again to try and hit that red, which could cost him a lot of points. But ultimately, if he leaves the red on, as I say, all six colours are still in possible positions. And that way, he's going to get himself in with a chance here. And also, let's see if referee's going to call a miss now. And, ooh. He is going to be called on a miss. And, well, it is going to be Mark Selby 4. I'm not really sure with the way that Trump was supposed to hit that red. But referee clearly feeling that there was a chance for him to try and do it. Cube was going to have to be respotted there. So this will take a little bit of time. What are they doing? Trying to battle it on the last remaining red. As there will be a work for Olivier Martil and Ben Williams to try and sort the red, the cue ball and the brown into their original position. And the gap of 24 points is going to be adjusted to 23 points, and it's now going to be adjusted to 19 points, still in favour of Judd Chomp. And well, Chomp is having a look to see if he's going to have an alternative route found there for him. And this could take a while there, of course, because this technically doesn't have an actual limit there for Chomp to be taking attempts until it is not possible for Chomp to catch Selby with 35 points on the table, which, with him having 19 points of an advantage, we could be here all day, especially with it taking probably a minute or so, trying to respot the brown, red, and the cue ball. And that goes without saying that with the black, blue, green, all being really next to each other and the cue ball, it is going to be very difficult for the referee to have those respotted instantly. So Trump just asking for the confirmation. And yeah, Trump just having a look to see if he's going to be able to go for it. Trump is happy with that, so just looking to sign and find a way there for him to actually not just be happy with the way that the referee has managed to respot the cue ball brown and red, but also just try and find a way for the cue ball to be sent to the lower part of the table here. As I say, I think he has to go for that diagonal sequence of shots of 2-3 cushion escape. And it's a decent effort, but once again, it is going to cannon onto the blue. And he can't afford to give a free ball either at this stage. And has he managed to give this one away? I think he has. Is he going to be free ball? Referee will try and check this one, but this could be very important because, well, for now, it is 5 points given away to Selby, but, well, it is going to be very, very difficult for him in terms of getting this frame out of Mark Selby's hands if, of course, the referee is going to award a free ball, and it is going to be free ball awarded, and this is going to change absolutely everything. With well, Trump wanted to see that it's a free ball himself. And, well, he doesn't seem to be certain about it. Trump wanting to make sure that if he is to write this one off, he's going to be happy with it. Of course, it is going to be very marginal. He doesn't think it is. So Trump doesn't think it is a free ball. Now, this is going to take a little bit of time once again. So the referee trying to get this one spot on. As a third frame, it does seem to be by far the longest that we've seen in the second session. With the opening 3 frames already going over an hour. So referee just once again just having a look to see if his decision is going to be, well, stick to it originally. Very rarely see referees changing their mind, but it does happen in snooker. So let's have a little wait and listen. Olivier Martial putting the red next to the yellow as well as next to the other red to ensure that his original call was correct one. And so, yeah, so referee just explaining that to Trump, and he's saying that if you are to hit the red, you're going to hit the fine edge of the yellow first. So Trump is saying that you can see this one quite easy. And, well, clearly disagreement there in between the player and the referee. And referee saying that he has to stay by his decision, and he will stay by his decision. He will be free ball awarded. And personally, I don't actually think that is the case. Let's see what Selby thinks. He's going to try and join in. See if he's going to be giving the free ball chance away to Trump. I don't think he will be, but he's just having a look himself to see if he's going to be able to hit this red full ball. So, well, it does seem to be a bit of a soap opera for now. Let's see what Selby decision on this one, because Trump says that he can. So the referee is going to put the red back onto, and well, crowd acknowledging that because Selby clearly at least showing signs of fair play. Whether his decision is going to be in favour of Trump or the referee remains to be seen, but at least he wants to see the edge of that red, and Trump saying that he can hit that one fairly easy. Let's see what Selby thinks about it. Selby's too honest. Explode rate it. Well, as I said, I think it's good sportsmanship. I don't think you're going to see that in plenty of other sports, as I say. And Selby actually says that he thinks that he hit that full ball. Okay, so fair play. Selby saying that he was able to hit that full ball, and that way referee is going to admit that he stands corrected, and he's going to have to put this one back. So after all that, it is going to be a bit of work there for Olivier Martial. So we're not getting through these frames just yet, and well, as I say, we're 10 frames down. We still could see this one and 8 more, and this one has taken a lot of time there. And we still have no idea on who's going to be the winner. As I say, if Selby was to take on that green, he probably clears up the table and gets himself a frame win, but he has managed to show some great sportsmanship and well, at least allow one more chance there for Trump to try and hit this red. And good thing about snooker is most players are honest. Well, the thing about this one, Craig, I don't really think you're going to see that in plenty of other sports, certainly not the ones that I'm watching, but it is certainly the thing about snooker that you're really going to have honest players here. And when they make a foul that the referee doesn't see, they will let the referee know about it. And well, it's a really nice bit there because Selby could have just stayed quiet and didn't see and didn't have Judd Trump asking him for his opinion. So he could have just got down, played the green, probably clear up. And in the end, he has provided Judd Trump with a chance. But, well, I mean, what on earth had happened here? This chance that Mark Selby was really being honest has allowed Judd Trump to fluke this red into the yellow pocket. I mean, what an escape that is. What happens on the snooker table, hey? I mean, you're not going to see that in Formula 1. Wow, that is absolutely incredible. Two cushion escape, 2 lengths of the table that the cue ball has travelled, and in the end, 15 points advantage for Trump. I mean, the match has just been sent on its head. Although, I mean, I say that, I just realised that he's still not going to be able to clear the table from here because it's very straight on the green. And for him to get through to the yellow, because that's the benefit of having a free ball, you get yourself a colour, another colour, and then that red with one more colour sequence. Well, Trump probably will just try and get himself 6 more points here on the board and turn 15 points advantage into 21 points advantage. He was trying to get the cue ball into the yellow, and let's see where the cue ball and the yellow are going to, well, finish off there. In the end, the yellow is going to be perfectly on the side cushion, and 21 points is going to be the advantage here for Trump, and well done, Selby. Well, listen, it is well done, Selby, and it's even more well done, Selby, for the reason of actually seeing Trump to fluke that red, and well, get his snooker, which is going to be a really difficult one for Selby to try and get himself out of, as he's now 21 points behind Selby, with 27 on the table. So he can afford to miss this one once, but not twice here, because if that is to be the case, he will need snookers. And, well, snookers on 6 colours, of course, is possible to produce, but he's going to be very difficult for Mark Selby to try and do, especially with him going against the momentum. And with Judd Trump having that one extra shot, of course, if Selby is to miss this yellow. On 2 of those occasions, give 8 foul points away to Trump, and that way force himself to being needed in snooker. Still think that he can find a way out of this one. Side cushion first, and ball cushion first, onto the side cushion. In the end, decent effort, but still going to get this yellow in open play and pottable into the right corner. So for Trump, he's going to need the yellow and the green for him to try and get this one without foul shots. So well, as he's going to try and look for this yellow to be dropped into the corner. Play the yellow with a bit of topspin, try and miss the pink, try and get the cue ball onto the top part of the table. The yellow is in. Now, is he going to have enough power on the cue ball? And is he going to have too much power on the cue ball? In the end, it is going to be just about perfect for him to be set up with the green to be taken into his own pocket. And well, what a turnaround in this frame. Not sure that is going to be the beginning of the end there of Mark Selby's reign, but he certainly can be a bit of a survival stuff for Judd Trump for a couple of more frames at least, because 4-7 of a scoreline is going to be very different to being 3-8 down. And well, that's going to be the recipe if he manages to get the green in, because that way I think he'll leave a snooker to tie for Mark Selby, because it is going to be now 26 points of a difference with 22 on the table. So listen, it is very cruel, but if Selby felt like he couldn't hit the red, he probably wasn't lying to the referee, and he's done the fair play job. Of course, he has done a dirty work on him, and with Trump being very lucky to fluke that red into the yellow pocket, now allowing himself to have that snooker lined up on Selby, and consequently dropping the brown in, and with the green and yellow sequence, it is, well, the blue is going to stay out, and well, Mark Selby is going to stay in his chair, and it is one more chance there for Judd Trump to try and get himself back in this final. He needs one more frame for that to be the case as we head on to the interval. But for now it is Judd Trump 4, Mark Selby 7, and we're not quite down to the endgame part there for Selby. He still needs 3 frames there, as he has needed for 2 frames now. Of course, remember that Mark Selby was losing 2 frames on the bounce in the opening session as well. After being 5-0 up, Judd Trump was able to get that gap down to 5-2, and now he manages to win 2 frames on the bounce one more time. Let's see if that's going to be the end, when he's going to be able to get 3 on the bounce, which, as I say at this stage, is still the requirement for him to get this match down to a relatively, well, straightforward gap for him to try and overcome. Judd, well, listen, facts. He was on the edge and he was very close. He was probably one decision away from being out of the final one more time. I mean, the amount of times that he's been out of the final already: 5-0 down, 6-2 down, 7-2 down, and now 4-7 down. He's going to try and get himself one more frame win, as I say, and this could be the perfect opportunity for doing it, especially if he gets himself an early chance in that frame, whether it is going to be a long shot or one of those mistakes and misses by Selby at the early part of that frame. Now, enjoyable the match. Come on, Judd, you can do it. Well, let's see, Salman. As I say, I think that certainly was the fair play bit by Selby. Of course, he is going to regret it deep down, but ultimately, being a good sportsman, it's probably slightly above that. As I say, I think it's always easy to say as fans that you should have said just stick to the referee decision, don't intervene. But if you feel like you can hit it, fair play has to come first for you. And that's why you have to have ultimate respect for Selby, because that's exactly the kind of person that he comes across as, being fair. And just because he has a different style to everyone else doesn't mean anything. And always come back to the fact that he's a 4-time world champion. And that is more than Neil Robertson, Judd Trump, Karen Wilson has managed to produce all together within themselves. One more. Yes, Letitia, you got it wrong. Selby needs one more frame to win. No, as far as I'm aware, that is first to 10. And that way he needs 3 more frames. As far as I can understand. I mean, you said that with great conviction, but I'm pretty sure I'm right in this one. So this is going to be the last frame until we get to the last intermission here of 15 minutes of a break, and then we're going to be straight down for the action until the final whistle and the final black to be potted if it comes down to this one. But now it's a decent break-off shot by Trump, and gets Selby in a position to try and get the cue ball down the table one more time. Gets the red to the blue line, and it's first to 10. Yes, Kevin, exactly. So I think you're backing my point. Selby still needs 3 more frames for him to be over the line. And he's managed to get 7 of those previously. But now losing 2 frames of the bounce, it just could give a little bit of a chance away to Trump. At least make sure that he's going to have to lose this one, if that is to be the case, with an identical scoreline, or better than the performance that he's managed to produce at the Champion of Champions a couple of weeks ago. For now, getting the cue ball onto the yellow pocket nicely, and we're leaving the right-hand side for Selby to try and make usage of. And of course, Selby will be disappointed, but I think he'll be able to get through this one. As I say, I think he's one of the strongest players mentally when it comes to what he's been through in the past of his career, especially in the last year and the last 18 months, which is going to be another point for admiration. Well, LA Judd, don't really understand the language, but I'm pretty sure that he's going to be something close to French, as far as my knowledge goes. Now, the cue will to be lined up for the yellow, and, well, this could be a chance given away here to Trump. Has been very keen on those long shots throughout the entire final, and, yes, he can. Now, let's see if he's going to be able to go for this one into the right corner. As I say, the position is going to be there for him, and he manages to get the red in, but, I mean, that is very, very disappointing. And as I say, that sequence of him getting the red in and still running himself out of position on the colour, you can see his reaction straight away. I mean, he's probably still alive on the green, but it's very different of having a straightforward blue to be taken into the middle pocket and having a rest shot for the green to try and get the cue ball down the table. Now he has a look at this one. Gets the cue ball down the table now, needs to slow down, and it's not going to slow down at all. So now it needs to speed up now. And well, with him covering the way that the cue was finished, I don't think he's finished anywhere near the position which would have been required. And once again, it's a brilliant long shot, but it is only going to be 4 points scored there by Jump. And, well, once again, the cue ball to be sent to the top part of the table one more time for him to try and win the next safety battle against Mark Selby. Well, not for the first time this match already. Puts the green on the side, puts the pink on the side cushion, which probably is going to be a bit of an issue there for him. And the break of 4 points, as I say, is going to come to an end. And, well, a little bit of a edge of the reds for him to try and get there with the cue ball from Selby's point of view. Try and get the cue ball once again to the left-hand side of the table and onto the top part of it. Average break value is going to be 46.1 for Mark Selby and 29.1 for Judd Chump's point of view. Now getting it past the yellow, played the shot nicely there, Selby. It was very important for him not to get any of those kisses on yellow or brown, because that way you can have the cue ball very close to the ball cushion. And Trump just having a look to study if he's going to have any of those reds to be taken into the right corner or thereabout here. I think he has got a chance of going for it, but ultimately he'll still have his options limited if he is to take that shot on. So once again, just having a look to see the way that he wants to take this cue ball onto the right corner. I think that sequence of reds probably was on the option in terms of the safety shot for him to be played. And he manages to get the cue ball onto the brown with a nice little kiss to be aiming the cue ball on towards the green pocket. I think he's left. Well, I mean, Selby's having a good look at this one, whether he's left the cross double on, which is going to get Selby an easy pass of a safety play. And in terms of long shots being taken, I think he's got red closer to the right corner, but once again, the cue ball is going to be heading into the main pack of red, so we'll probably be very surprised if Selby actually decides to take this one on and not go for a more conservative shot there, especially with these recent short selections in this match and particularly in the second session. I think in the first and the second frames he was still trying to be on the front foot, but in the third frame I think he was all about just trying to ride out the storm and try and get himself with the best possible chance of winning the safety battle. But there has been a couple of those mistakes where he has managed to mess up the safety play, and well, he's going to leave this red over the left middle for Judd Chump to try and take here. Whether it is going to be just about as easy as it looks, but I mean, I say that and then I realise that pink is out of the game, the black is probably out of the game as well, and that way, I mean, if you try and drop this red, you're not going to be able to hold the cue ball for the blue at all, and it's his only option of actually dropping the red in. So, I mean, you still have to try and go for it, but I mean, probably blue into the green pocket is going to be the easiest option there for Trump, unless he tries to fire up the red with the way for him to get onto the black and, well, gets past the black perfectly without touching any of those reds apart from the one that he managed to pot. And once again, getting the cue ball perfectly on the side cushion. It is not going to be any more than just 1 point scored. Well, that's what I thought. Let's see if Trump is still going to try and go for this blue to be taken. He has, and he's managed to roll this one in. Beautiful little shot there by Trump. And at least for a couple of more shots, he's going to have a chance there to stay in the equation for this frame. And there's a massive favourite here for him having the first chance to go for a break shot. Lovely little shot there on the blue because, you know, listen, yeah, he managed to get the cue ball perfectly into the gap of all the reds and the black. Managed to get it on the side cushion, probably got himself into a difficult position straight away. And now he gets the cue ball on the right side of the blue, rolling the red in with the sort of minimal margin for error. 11 points right now, advantage for Judd Chump. And, well, at this position, especially if he puts a couple of more reds on the side cushions, it wouldn't actually be the worst case scenario for him to get a 30 points advantage and try and hold on to it, especially with Selby struggling recently with his safety game. He was never going to stay flawless, especially in the final. You're going to have a fatigue to come into play. You're going to have pure sort of pressure as being another aspect. But for now, it is Chump trying to get himself lined up for that red to be taken into the left corner. And that way, you're going to have the black to be freed up into the right corner. And, well, I mean, he's managed to take the red right now. And that allows him well, he has to play for the blue one more time, of course. And he's on the run for this blue slightly, but the next time he's going to be on the red on the left-hand side of the table. He's going to try and drop it for the black to be taken into the right corner pocket. And, of course, that's going to boost his chances massively of making this break to last longer. Just using the side cushion, and wants the cue ball to run there. Wants it to be straight on this red, or there about it. And I think he's on the run slightly for it, because the contact on the other red is going to be very difficult to avoid. So has to just try and push it out of the way. And I mean, he is marginally alright. He got himself into a situation where if he misses the black, you're going to put him in all sorts of trouble. But if he gets the black in from a difficult position, he is going to be having a great chance of taking this frame away from Selby. And he does manage to get the black in. So 30 points of advantage. Trump is not out of this final just yet. Stop talking about Trump. I mean, that is going to be absolute criminal for me talking about Trump when he's actually the player on the break. Yeah, I should be talking about Selby being sat in his chair surely. Now, gets the red into the left corner pocket, which has left over it previously. Once again, slightly overrun for the black. But he's going to be able to get the cue ball to stun. And play the red along the black ball cushion. As I say, he's got 3 of those options available to him until he can try and just wrap the little pack of reds. And all those reds being in the way of each other. Well, he hasn't played the shot well at all. And I hope this goes 9-9. Fair play. Great, as I say, for unusual for me. Probably same here. And just about that black is going to roll into the right corner pocket. I mean, it was very close there. For Trump missing out on another frame-winning opportunity. And I think he has actually turned into a frame-winning opportunity now. Well, he has turned into it, and then he's gone back to being a 50-50 for him in terms of actually being able to win this frame or not. Because he was trying to go for the blue, which I didn't really understand anyway, because he had an easy shot to try and play for the black. He decided to go for another red, clearly feeling that he's going to be able to get himself a nice little positional shot on the blue, and in the end, doesn't seem to be the case. Current session safety says 74% for Selby and 90% for Trump. 24 seconds for the average shot time for Trump and 31 seconds for Selby. But that is understandable with Trump for now winning this mini session by 2-1 and being 39 points up on Selby. As he gets the blue into the green pocket, manages to get the cue ball off the jaw of the middle pocket. And what a shot that is by Judd Trump. Absolute brilliant there for him. And, well, 40 points off the break after the opening. 4 points that he's managed to score as well. Match time going over 4 hours now since it's actually started. If you count both first and second sessions, just has to make sure he's going to be able to roll all of those reds in. The first one is going to wobble, but still drop in. And, well, he survives just about, but he's fine on continuing the break. 45 points now is the advantage. 83 on the table. And if you do hope for the match to go the distance, you need to ensure you're going to be able to see Judd Trump winning more frames than Mark Selby, which so far he has managed to do in the opening part of the mini session, but with only 3 frames being played, he has to make sure he takes this one as well for him to win the opening mini session and, well, put just 1 mini session in between the 2 players, because of course Selby taking the first one 6-2 is going to be equivalent of taking 2 of those mini sessions by a scoreline of 3 frames to 1. Once again, Trump is able to re-establish himself in the perfect position for the black to be taken into the left corner now. So to get that gap up to 56 points, try and roll the black onto the left corner once again, as he is able to do. So all about complacency now for Trump, because he's got 2 insurance points there for him if Selby's to come back onto this frame with one of those reds being on the side cushion, and so is the pink. But ideally, of course, the best piece of insurance that you can provide to yourself is ensuring, of course, the fact that your opponent won't come back to the table. And Trump is close to doing that. He only needs this black and the red to disappear. And he is going to be able to have that gap down from 6-2 to 5-7, which is still going to be according to schedule. Because if he's going to be able to continue with the same pace, still going to be able to try and challenge Mark Selby more than what we've seen in the opening session so far. And of course, for him coming back from 5-0 down, this has been a lot better of a start to the second session, and as he rolls the red in, he is going to be able to go just 2 points away there from Selby, and that wasn't the case since the opening 2 frames, with now Judd being within touching distance away from Mark Selby, and of course looking to go over that break of 75 points as his highest break so far in the match. And for the first time in this encounter, we are going to have Mark Selby to finish the frame without scoring a single point. Current session highest break, as you can see, 76 points, and that is his highest in the match. 59 points for Mark Selby's point of view. Let's see if he's going to be able to roll the red into the green pocket. He will be, and that century hunt, even though it's still going to be very slim hopes for that, still just about alive. With him going for the blue into the right middle, and it's all going to come down to the last red being on the side cushion for now. But if Chomp is going to be able to get this cue ball onto the blue and be the wrong side of it to try and send the cue ball onto the red, or you can try and send it off the red and a brilliant little cannon off the side cushion to get this red into the open play. Take a bow, Judd. That was a brilliant shot, and he certainly is feeling like he can be back in the hunt here. 35 points still on the table, and the only century being made in frame number 5 for now by Mark Selby. This could be a chance for Judd to actually re-establish himself as the winning force here with a break of 88 points now. Don't give up, Judd. Well, I did say it before. Well, I did say Mark Selby was still going to win the match, but I did say that Judd wasn't going to give up easily, and we've never seen any of those shots that you're going to see from Ronnie O'Sullivan sometimes when he's not playing well and he's able to just say, I'm going to try and go for it, and if I don't succeed, then so be it. Judd so far has been patient with his game, and he's able to get the yellow into the green pocket, and he's now going to come down to the green to be taken into its own pocket as he rolls that one in. So all about, sorry, misjudged that, all about the pot on the brown for exactly a break of 100 points, and it is going to be century number 1 there in the final for Judd. At least that is going to be level in terms of the number of centuries being made by each of the players, and if he gets the blue in without the pink, he's going to be able to even the highest break value as well of 105 points each. He was trying to get the pink onto available zone, and now let's see if he's going to go for a cross double. He tried to, and it is going to be 105 points each of the highest break, and right now it is going to be 2 frames to separate the 2 players as we head on to the intermission for one last time. And Judd is not out of the picture yet. He was 6-2 down, he was 7-2 down, remember, but now he's managed to win 3 frames on the bounce for the first time in the match, and he's now only 2 frames away from Mark Selby. This is not over yet. Be back in 15 minutes. Feel free to tune in, and don't go away just yet. And in the meantime, feel free to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button if you're here for the first time. We'll have more action in just over 15 minutes time. Stay tuned in. Right then, everyone, and for one last time, the intermission is over, and this is going to be down to the wire. Is he going to be Judd Trump? Is he going to be Mark Selby? Well, we've got a bit more of a battle now, ever since that Mark Selby was able to go 2-7 up on Judd Trump. It is now, well, been re-established the order of Trump being slightly closer there to Selby, and just being 2 frames away there of having even points and frames tally. As the last time that, of course, was the case was before the match has actually started. And ever since it has, Selby was able to go on a fantastic run of winning 5 frames on the bounce, but he has had a bit of a bad run in terms of the break-offs. And now Judd Trump is able to take another long red nicely into the corner pocket. But once again, I mean, he's not going to have an easy shot of taking the green into the yellow pocket. And you have to ask the question of, is he going to try and take it into yellow pocket at all? Attempt conceded from the break, 6 from 7 breaks. And so once again, it's a very important green there for Trump to get this one in, but he'll miss it, and he'll miss it by, well, quite an almighty margin. Let's see if he's going to leave a red out to Selby. I don't think he will. And ultimately, it does look like it was a bit of a shot to nothing for Judd Trump, and of course, he was taking the risk of leaving this red on. But if that wasn't the case, then he can try and re-establish himself back in the safety battle. And once again, just getting that early chance in, that will certainly get his confidence up in terms of getting all those long shots in. But, as I say, preferably for him, he wants to get those converted into convincing break chances and get himself sort of 50-60 points away from Selby, and preferably get that converted into another century break. As you can see, both players share the highest break so far being made by Mark Selby in frame number 5. And Judd Trump in frame number 12, I think it was. It was no, it wasn't the previous frame, was it? Yeah, it was the previous one. Getting that one confused. It was frame number 5 for Selby, and it was frame number 12 for Judd Trump. Now, let's see if Trump is going to be able to get himself started off nicely here in the safety battle, and he's not able to do that. Ooh, he's got that one very, very wrong there for Trump, because he was trying to get too close to those reds, and as the cue ball's coming back up the table, he manages to cannon another one of those reds, pretty much full ball, gives the turn back to Selby. This could be another great opportunity for the Jester to get himself started earlier on in this frame, and well, overplayed for the blue, and straight away, it's not a great start there for him, because he just about got the red in. And it's not going to have an easy brown or blue. So if you try and take yellow into the yellow pocket, that is going to be an opportunity there for you. But ultimately still going to be very difficult for you to actually pull the shot off. And for now, of course, Trump taking a minor lead there with 52 points. So probably from that 6-2 down, it's always going to be justifiable for him being right in the mix. And well, Selby trying to take him out of the mix with a brilliant blue taken into the right corner. Looked like he was actually going to be forced to take in the yellow on. And in the end, he was able to find a way for him to pot the blue. And still getting himself lined up nicely for those couple of reds. Once again, as I say, for Judd Trump, he has to be pretty much follow that example. And for him to win this mini session once again with a scoreline of 3 frames to 1. For him to set up an all sort of 8-all of a scoreline, and well, Selby got himself into a bit of a mix here of things. I think he was trying to play for the blue. In the end, overrun for the pink and underrun for the blue slightly, because of the way that if he tries to take the pink, if he's going to try and send the cue ball into the main bunch of reds, the cue ball can easily get lost into those. And if he tries to play through it, that way he has to find the perfect gap for the cue ball to try and send it in towards. And that's the sort of approach that he's tried to do, just stun the cue ball, and he's managed to allow himself to go for this red to be taken into the right corner nicely. So if you get the pink to be taken onto the green spot right now, so he's going to try and make his way through the blue and black for now, and that Trump will win this match. I can feel it in my kidneys. Well, saw the rated Salman saying that, come on, Judd. Oh, a lot of love in the chat there for Judd Trump, but so far it is Mark Selby that has managed to get himself an early chance now. But remember, of course, that was the case at the start of the second session as well, at the first mini session, because Selby was able to win that frame quite comfortably. And, well, that doesn't seem to be the case now, because I think he's run himself out of position here, Mark Selby. It was looking like it was an easy shot there of the blue into the reds. And I think it probably was played like one of those shots where Selby didn't commit enough to play the shot with power. And he's taken too much power in the end for the cue ball to be in no man's land at all. And 18 points is going to be absolutely nothing with still 115 on the table. And he's going to be back to Judd Trump here, it would seem. So I'll be just having a look to see if he's going to be able to put the cue ball onto the black ball cushion. And we'll put one of those reds towards the side cushion himself. It always does seem to be the tendency for the player of actually has got some sort of lead, but Selby clearly realising that 19 points of a lead is not going to be worth putting that red onto the side cushion and just leaving that in open play. So 19 points of a break is going to be the end there for Mark Selby. And back to Chomp it goes. Of course, it's still preferably for Chomp. He doesn't want to slow down and he wants to try and accumulate all of those frames there. Of course, currently, as he comes into frame number 13, he has managed to win 4 on the bounce. Let's see if, 3 on the bounce. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it 4 on the bounce and take it just 1 frame of a difference in between himself and Mark Selby. So, of course, remember, both players are chasing their 3rd Triple Crown event. Mark Selby is also chasing the path onto the top 6 of the world rankings, with the win in this tournament getting him higher than Ding Jiawei, Zhao Xingtong, Mark Allen and Sean Murphy. And he's going to put him a couple of thousand away from John Higgins as the world number 6. Trump will be looking to ensure that he's going to keep his ranking points, achieved in the win last year. Ooh, he's gone for a really risky shot out there, Judd Trump, and don't really understand the way that he's trying to take the shot on because, well, realistically, I couldn't actually see any other outcome there for him of leaving this red available to Mark Selby, because the angle that he's trying to take this one into the right middle, especially with the power that he's trying to hammer it home, it was always going to stay out there for me. Now let's see if Selby's going to be able to convert the second chance, because the answer in the opening session has always been yes to that question, then barely needing 2 chances sometimes, and when he had those 2, he always seemed to deliver. Tournament red spot success 85%, and as far as I'm aware, 100% so far today. We'll be looking to ensure that he keeps that stat on, and ooh, wobbled the red, but still dropped in. Now, if you talk about Selby's point of view, he is going to have 107 points on the table, so technically 10 reds, 9 of them on the lower part of the table, 1 more on the top part of it, and the pink is out of the game for now, so he's going to try and put the blue back on his spot here, potentially get the cue ball onto a couple of those reds, but that will be in the future, because he has got a couple of those available in play, and he's going to try and get the cue ball into those right here, right now. So try and get the white through this red to try and take it into the left corner. Play this one with, well, very little power to try and hold the cue ball for the black. Once again, it was very important there for him to try and establish the cue ball quite early in the black here, to try and have those 5 reds in around the black spot to try and be taken. 3 very close to the black spot, and also just 2 more of those reds being in open play, available to play into the right corner. And, well, from the second time of asking, as I say, you would expect Selby to put this frame to bed, especially with him having 32 points of a cushion now, and probably just makes that previous shot by Chomp even more questionable in terms of what was he actually trying to achieve with that, and why did he not leave himself any sort of chance of getting away with that shot being taken, because the cue ball caught a minor kiss of the blue, but as I say, it was not real way that the cue ball was going to slow itself down before reaching the baulk line, and even if that was the plan, then what's the point of taking this shot on, and if you're not going to leave yourself a guaranteed on the colour. And 2-time UK champion, as you can see, beating Sean Murphy and Ronnie O'Sullivan in the finals in 2012 and 2016. So Judd Trump had a similar sort of performance there. Of course, different seasons. You can't win UK Championships the same season as Mark Selby, of course, as he has managed to win it in 2011 and 2024 last season. So rare shot taken nicely once again by Selby, getting the cue ball through to the left-hand side of the table and getting himself positioned very nicely on the black here to try and take it into the right corner. So Trump, once again, just has to spend a lot of time sat in his chair. Come on, Selby. We're not going to call Trump any names. As I say, I think he's managed to pull out a great performance. And, well, in the last couple of frames, that's for sure. And give us an entertaining battle to try and see. 46 points now separates the two players. And if Selby's going to be able to drop 3 more reds in, not even going to talk about the colours that he's going to be able to take with those. He should be over the line there. And leave Judd once again being 3 frames down. And leaving Mark Selby just 2 frames away from potentially repeating history and having the same scoreline as the champion of champions a couple of weeks ago. Once again, you just have to say that. You can understand why Trump was trying to find a shot there for him to try and go for an attacking shot. But you still have to say, I think there was a way for him to try and get the cue ball onto the top part of the table. And even if there wasn't, surely he could have tried to do something which would have resulted in a better outcome. But credit to Selby. He was able to take this break away there for him, especially at the early part of it, where he was taking his time on the blue, got a difficult rest shot into the yellow pocket, and now he's 62 points away from Trump with 67 on the table. So this red to be taking Mark Selby into the endgame point there of this matchup, and having only 2 more frames to be needed there for his name, for him to be over the line and becoming the 3rd time UK champion in his career. Mark Selby just trying to see out these blackouts as well. And Selby champ, well, as I say, it's nice to see that the world's splitting out in the chat. And if you're going to have support for Trump, well, 52%, well, right now 48% for Selby, does look like it's likely, but that's always going to be the issue because, you know, we have 3 frames won by Trump, but the one that Selby managed to win right before that, and winning him on now, he's going to have these gap restored to 3 frames, and therefore just edging closer to reaching that 10 on the score sheet. Of course, if you're going to keep that 3 frame advantage all the way to the end, he's going to give himself a nice little chance there of being over the line. Match breaks, as you can see, 30 plus, 9 for Selby, and 7 of those for Trump, having a couple of 70 plus for each player, having 1 century each, and Selby, of course, producing 97 points in one of the earlier frames as well. He could go on a century break now, though, because he's got himself lined up perfectly on the blue to be taken, with the cue ball getting down the table one more time. And, of course, he's still going to have to try and get very close to the total clearance, because as it stands, he's got 43 points on the table, and even though he's on 85 points, he's on 66 points of those, which are going to be on the break, making that 67 now. So trying to take the black into the left corner, and well, for him to try and make the century hunt work, he has to try and get around the red, preferably for him to try and play it into the middle. That's what he's tried to do, and has he got enough power on this red? I don't think he has. So that's going to compromise his chances massively, because of course it doesn't matter which colour he takes on, but he still needs to produce a total clearance here for him to drop this red into the middle. Has he managed to do it? He has. Lovely little shot there by Selby, and it actually gives him a chance of getting the pink back on his spot, or just taking the yellow twice here. And I think he's just going to try and stun the cue ball for the yellow 2 times here on the bounce. And I think he was trying to intentionally get himself with a bit of angle, but I think he's screwed this one slightly in terms of trying to get the cue ball to be dropped in for the green shortly. And trying to get himself lined up, as I say, for one more century break. Getting the first 80 plus break here, if you don't count the break of 105 points and 97 being made previously. Of course, we haven't seen those since frame number 5. So, has been a bit of time coming there from Selby. Imagine Selby recreates the ending of Champion of Champions, would be lovely. Well, to be fair, I get what you're saying. You can try and recreate the scoreline, but he has managed to win 5 frames on the bounce at that time. And he's only going to be able to do that with 3 here, because he can't win 12-5. It's going to be first to 10. He can try, of course, but I don't think the referee and Trump will allow that to be the case. For now, of course, he's still on the charge here for a 104. Not quite the highest break of the match, but still a century break. And the 3rd century of the final does seem to be very close to being made here by Selby. So he still needs both pink and black here for him to be over the line. The pink for a repetition of 97 points of a break. and the black for it to be made onto 104 points. And not quite here, so unfortunately, unless the pink is going to drop as a fluke, that won't be the case. I mean, the scoreline, yeah, don't worry, Matt, that's fine. If you mean that recreating the scoreline, well, it will be a little bit of a waste in that aspect, because if Chomp was trying to get himself in with a chance here, then, you know, him actually winning 3 frames of the bounce for that all to be coming down to nothing, and Selby himself winning 3 frames on the bounce, which is gonna be something for it to actually be replicating a scoreline of 10 frames to 5. And as I say, that will put it joined third there with the biggest scoreline of this season. And the scoreline of Mark Williams against Sean Murphy will be standing for now as a record. As I say, we had a couple of decisions earlier this season. We were 1 frame away there from witnessing one in the opening match, in the opening final of the Shanghai Masters, where Ali Carter managed to battle out against Karen Wilson brilliantly, but in the end, the clearance in the final and 20th frame by Wilson allowed him to claim the win of 11 frames to 9. Now we had a brilliant battle on the base on Saudi Arabia there from Neil Robertson and Ronnie O'Sullivan, and the Aussie taking that one with a clinical break in the end. And did you see Selby Q&A where he said he's lucky to have a decent snooker career, where he'd been signing on, claiming benefits, now he's being arrogant? Hey, listen, I think every sportsman is going to say that, because they always back themselves to be successful in their sport. You're going to have Lando Norris to become a champion today after a fantastic, remarkable 7-year career on McLaren. And you look at his some of the geography knowledge that he's got on Grill the Grid, where he doesn't know where America is, and wouldn't probably be the smartest person in the world, but he's still one of the best drivers in the world. And that's why you are who you are. And when you are part of the sport, you have to be the best to actually get through to be a professional. And these two guys are not just professionals, they're an absolute giants of the game. One better than the other. I mean, you could actually argue who had a better career, Mark Selby with 4 titles, or Judd with his only World Championship win, but all the ranking titles that he managed to win. Who would you like more in between them? You're putting me in trouble, HHH Production. I don't really have a favourite. Maybe slightly for Trump for simply him being aggressive, but once again, it is going to be 55 to 45 maximum. And I've got Ronnie as 95% of my backing, and I've got Joustington when Ronnie's not playing as the other 5 for me. And apart from that, don't really have a favourite at all. Now, Selby has gone for a bit of a risky shot now. He's left the red over the right corner. Let's see if Chompy's going to be able to get the cue ball onto those reds and get himself out of danger there with the white. Well, he's going to try and find the gap there, which was the Selby approach in the previous frame for him making the breaks of 33 and 91 at the end. He's obviously going to get this long pot in, and is he going to be on the colour though? I mean, at a stretch, he can try and go for the green now, with one of those reds being on the top part of the table, and I think that probably is going to be the logical way for him to go for it. And, well, you can try and drop the blue in, of course, as well. He has had those previously. And it's a lovely little shot once again out there by Trump. So, I mean, after Selby being able to re-establish that 3 frames of a cushion to his name, let's see if Trump's got what it takes to respond. Because if he's going to lose the frame at this stage, he's going to put himself back to square one there of being 4 frames behind. And Selby just being 1 frame away of actually getting over the line here. Selby for the win and likely a 4th World Championship in April. I'm pretty sure he's got 4 titles already, so that'll be the 5th one. So, can't really repeat the history of 2017, 2016, 2014 and 2021, which would have been the years for him to become the Snooker World Champion. As I say, the only player in this decade, apart from Ronnie O'Sullivan, to win 2 World Championships, one after another, so back-to-back. And, well, Trump having a look to see if he's going to be able to go for the red to be taken into the right corner. Thanks for the correction, no worries. A very important shot now for Trump, and, of course, all the shots are going to be important there for him, but when he gets through the difficult part of the frame first, he's going to be able to get himself re-established in a nice little position there. And the first shot is taken lovely, getting the red straight into the heart of the pocket, and Getting the cue ball straight away into the main bunch of reds. I think he's going to have the red taken nicely into the left corner. So that's going to get him, well, set up really, really nicely now. Especially if he manages to get the pink back on his spot with the next couple of shots. Ronnie versus Selby. You'll think, absolutely Ronnie. I mean, no doubt about it. As I say, Ronnie's my favourite player. So you're going to have Ronnie against anyone. I will say Ronnie all day long. Positional success by Judd, 85% in session 1. With me talking, I haven't actually seen what the positional success is in session 2. But I think it's been slightly better because I think he had one of those two positional success misses earlier. Especially, well, I don't know if you count that on long shots because that's going to bring his positional success down massively. But he also had some brilliant breaks previously. He had a century break in frame number 12. So for him to get that gap down to just 2 frames at that time. And now having a couple of shots along the way now as well. Getting 25 points with a couple of easy reds as long as he doesn't lose the cue ball. And he's able to bring it back for the blue every single time. He's going to be able to get all of those reds out of the way. And of course, the more you do, the more the quicker you're able to establish yourself as the winning force in this frame. And that's the way to do it. Getting the red to get out away from the black. And that surely is going to be the missing piece for the jigsaw for this break to be made. As simple as it possibly can be for a professional player. Well, the red's being spread out very nicely. Black being on his spot and not having any of those reds in the way. He should have all of the ingredients for another brilliant break here by Chomp. Once again, we've only seen Selby lose out one of those frames to a scoreline to 0. Let's see if it is going to be. Second time of asking here for Judd. 38 points for Judd Chomp though. 99 on the table. About to make it 91 with one more red disappearing. Into the left corner, trying to keep the cue ball for the black once again. And well, getting the cue ball slightly higher than he would have liked to. But still should be more than fine for him to try and stay on this positional play. And keep himself and still retain his chances of making this break the one that counts there for him. And gets him over the line in this frame. Judd Chomp many times knock out Selby in big tournament, but funny stat, which I'm not going to say, I know that myself, I heard that, that's the broadcast. I've actually never seen Mark Selby or Judd Chomp in the final of a Triple Crown event, and of course with one of them being a 4-time world champion, the other one being a world champion himself, having 2 UK championships in between, well, 4 in between each other, 2 each. It's quite a stat there for them. Not to be facing off against each other in neither of those Triple Crown event finals. This is good commentary for those of us who can't watch this. Thanks. No, thank you very much. Thank you for the support. I appreciate the comments. And we've got 304 people watching, so if you are enjoying, also feel free to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button as well. We are going to go at least one more frame there, and it does look like we're going to see a guarantee of 16 frames there if Judd Chomp manages to get just one more red plus black combination. He's going to be able to get the red in. And well, he's going to be on a brilliant high scoring streak now of 63 points. He's about to make it 70 with a black. As he rolls this one in nicely. So it is going to be 6-8. So we're guaranteed to see 16 frames now in between those two great players. So it is going to be a better version of the Champion of Champions already there from Judd Chomp. Because of course he managed to lose that match with a scoreline of 10 frames to 5. That's not going to be the case here. But I'm guaranteed to lose this one, at least by a scoreline of 10 frames to 6. And of course, there's no real guarantee that he's going to lose this match at all. With this being 2 frames in between those two players. Once again out there. And having the match, well, 2 and a bit hours since he has restarted for the second session. And we do seem to fly through a couple of those frames. Judd Chomp getting himself a break of 79 here. And about to make what hopefully will be another century break there for him. After Mark Selby was on a century hunt himself in the previous frame, he was unable to make it the one that actually worked out for him and stopped on the pink. So they made the breaks of 91 and 97 points previously in the match for him to be stopped just a couple of shots prior to making a century break. Now a couple of crowd members just acknowledging themselves on the camera and waving to it now. So Chomp is going to have to go for a rest shot. And a very funny stat there with him taking 13 reds with only 2 colours, 6 blues and 7 blacks there. Of Of course, he had to go through opening 5 reds with opening 5 blues. And does actually add a lot of credit to the break that he's managed to produce here. How would you see Ronnie versus Selby rivalry? Listen, as a Ronnie fan, I always hated him when he played. Well, not hated him, but I always hated when I've seen that he's going to play Selby, because that probably is going to be a compliment to Mark, because of, as I say, Ronnie's, for me, the greatest player of all time, obviously, but because I haven't really seen Hendry, so I can't compare in my era. But every single time that Ronnie plays Selby, as Chomp is about to make a century break here, and he does make it, a wonderful little break of 100 points, and it is gonna be a scoreline of 6 frames to 8, as I say, but also, as he's about to repeat the highest break of 105 points, can he take it slightly higher, and maybe make it the break of 132 points, with it being possible? It is going to be the highest break of the match, though, as I say. Judd win the match 10-8. Well, could still happen, but you'll have to win 5 frames of the bounce for that to be the case. But remember, Selby has managed to do it against him in the Champion of Champions. Once again, going back to that Selby against Ronnie rivalry, yeah, he was probably, if you talk about all the years of me supporting Ronnie, which is going to be 2014 onwards, he was the most player that I hated him when he played the most, like, and that's a compliment, as I say, because he was never confident of him getting over the line. That brilliant semi-final where he managed to get 3 frames away from Selby and actually steal it, play against Karen Wilson and getting him 6th title, I think it was at that time. So getting himself now a break of 125 points, and trying to have a little exhibition for the black to be taken into the green pocket. Not quite on this occasion, but still a lovely little break of 125 points for Judd Chomp to be still back in the hunt and not allowing Selby to have that 3-frame advantage to hold on to for much longer. It is Selby still being closer, of course, to getting over the line here at the title, but Judd Chomp is not going to allow him to get over the line just quite yet. And he's still all to play for the next, what could be 2 more frames, and it could also be, well, what is it now, 5 more frames, if we are to go the distance and witness an incredible decider in between the 2 great players of the game. Again, Judd become winner UK champion. Well, listen, both of them are looking for the 3rd one, and it is very rare that you see someone taking 2 Triple Crown wins back to back out there. We have seen it with Masters, we have seen it with the World Championship, and we have seen it with the UK Championship. Yeah, that's fine. Judd 2019 was incredible. John Higgins playing well is probably my favourite, and she was so dominant. Ronnie probably is the best, but because of longevity. Fair comment. I mean, I can't really doubt any of those, because I have seen Judd Chomp in 2019. That was absolutely extraordinary. That was like prime Neymar to me. Just so much flair, so much action, and so beautiful to actually watch. The way that he made the look game so easy there. Even Ronnie actually didn't give me that feeling of, you know, he's just good at just do it with a snap of the fingers, and the cue ball, the pure cue ball control and the pure cue action, and the way that he's managed to get those long pots. His game was so complete in 2019. You couldn't wish for more. John Higgins, listen, when John Higgins is playing well, I absolutely agree he's the legend of the game. But once again, haven't seen him perform super well consistently, apart from maybe the incredible wins that he's had at the World Championship campaigns, because he's not really my era. You had Ronnie O'Sullivan still performing really, really well when I joined the snooker in 2014, 2013, and I've seen that incredible win, but he managed to miss out pretty much the entire season, still come back to destroy everyone at the World Championship. And now, let's get Selby to get this frame number 15 started. And as I say, we're guaranteed to witness 16 of those. And let's see if it is going to be frame 15 taken there by Selby. So far, as we've seen, 7 times that he's broke off previously, and that is going to be the 8th one. On 6 of those occasions, Judd Chomp has gone for a long shot himself. And I think he's going to try and make it 7 out of 8. Let's see if he's going to make this one stick. He won't. So once again, he's gone for it, but I think he was able to get majority of those reds into the pocket. Not quite on this occasion. And back to Selby goes. Another century come by Judd. Well, he's going to have to try and get himself started on the break first, but he was really inspiring the previous break that he's managed to achieve on the frame number 14. And the pot success rate for Mark Selby so far of long shots, 1 out of 7 into the left corner pocket. As I say, 21% of the long pots actually being made there by Selby. It's going to be a horrible stat, but he'll try to improve that, and that's exactly what he's managed. Brilliant long shot there by Selby to get himself started, and I think he's going to be on the right side of the blue as well. The problem, of course, is going to be that apart from that red very close to the black, right next to the black ball spot, I think he is going to have his options limited, and I don't think he's actually going to have any more of those reds available to him, apart from the red that I mentioned, which he's tried to play for. I think doesn't want to be straight on this one though, and set himself up with a massive angle on the black, as long as he can try and control and guarantee himself the pot into the right corner. Try and get himself lined up for the black to be taken into the left corner for now. He's going to be red to disappear into the left part of the table. So, as I say, it's the shot lined up on the black. I mean, he has actually gone for a bit of a passive angle, which may suggest that he'll be trying to play for the red, which is going to be the lowest on the bunch. As I say, I didn't actually think that I was playable into the right corner, but Selby's body language and positional play on this black probably suggesting that that's going to be the case there. Unless he tries to go for the black and try and send the cue ball onto the top part of the table. Oh, he's going to miss the black now. And this is going to be a chance here for Chomp, because Selby was obviously trying to get maximum amount of spin and power on the cue ball. And that's not the way for you to get this break started. A break of 7 points, and that's going to be the end there of Selby. Let's see if Chomp is going to be able to hold on to this break for much longer. Yeah, he's going to have to try and go for the shot into the green pocket. See if he's going to be able to manage it. Don't think he will be. And the camera was misleading, to be fair. But, I mean, even though it was a brilliant pot, by the way, he has managed to get the shred in. I thought he was going to catch the front jaw, but, as I say, the camera was slightly misleading. And it was an absolutely fantastic pot by Judd Chomp. He's going to be very straight on the blue. Therefore, ideally for him to continue the break, he will be taking the black into the right corner. Try and get the cue ball to be played through this shot and off the side cushion to be lined up for the shot into the right corner. Decent effort there by Chomp, but doesn't want the cue ball to be anywhere near the side cushion. And he will be way too close for me to be taking the shot on. Chomp has won a trophy every single year since 2013. Chomp has won 23 out of 42 against Selby. Well, that's fair, but he doesn't look to be winning this one, especially if he misses reds like that, because I said don't take this one on because of the cue ball being so close to the side cushion, and surely that is going to be a very costly mistake there for Judd Chomp, because he knows that one. You can see the body language of him just being so gutted there with a miss, but as I say, when you miss those shots and when you commit to them, you only have yourself to blame when you don't make them stick. Selby now. Of course, I don't actually see Selby going for that shot anyway. And he's going to have the first real chance of getting within a frame distance of actually becoming the 3-time UK champion now. But he's still not going to have the perfect position until he gets the cue ball into those reds one more time at least. He's going to try and power the cue ball closer to the main bunch. Try and initiate the angle on one of those reds and then play the cue ball into the main pack of those with a lot of backspin to try and get it for the next colour. And so I thought that was the plan. Selby clearly trying to take out those reds one by one for now and setting himself up for a shot into the left middle. So far, as I say, brilliant success rate, 26 out of 26 into the left middle. And he's going to make it 27 out of 27 out there. So still keeping this pocket as an absolute gem there for himself. So 8 points advantage for Selby before he takes the black on and tries to take it into the left corner. 107 points still on the table there. And just Chomp is having a look to see if he's going to have this one available there to himself. And he cannot win at all, but that is absolutely outstanding career record by Chomp. Yeah, listen, you got a brilliant head-to-head against everyone. I mean, I was looking against Robertson. They've played, 44 matches, and it was 26 wins for Chomp, and it was 18 wins by Robertson. And, well, it's not easy to be having such a a great head-to-head against Neil Robertson out there, with him being the world number 3 currently, and just being one of the best players throughout the past couple of decades. So Selby has got a very important couple of shots now, because it all comes down to if he's going to try and get the cue ball to be lined up for this shred, or he's going to try and play it into the main bunch. He's tried to play it to the main bunch. Has he got it? And he has got it perfectly lined up for the shot into the middle. And that is going to be surely the shot that is going to get Mark Selby not over the line, but certainly onto the final lap of taking this frame away from Chump, with him having 24 points of an advantage, 91 points on the table, having those reds to be spread out perfectly. And well, once again, it's just one of those shots for Chump where you take it into the right corner and you're unable to convert it. It is going to be very costly for you if Selby manages to take it away from him. Oh my word, just as I say that, twice on the bounce it was. Selby has missed the black off the spot in this frame already. And, well, I can clearly see what he's said in his lips. And, well, you absolutely have to agree with this one, especially if Chump is able to squeeze the red past the black and get himself lined up for a chance here. And this could, well, once again, you can see what he's saying with his lips there. And those are not the word, well, certainly not the words for kids. He's absolutely fuming with himself. And he has every right to be, because missing 2 blacks off the spot when you're so close to the finish line in this frame and in the matches already as well, well, that's going to give a chance, an almighty chance away to Chump, because he's still only 18 points away there. Come on, Judd, at least make it close. I mean, he's making it more than close, because if he is to win this frame now, I mean, undoubtedly, he probably becomes a slight favourite for their match, especially for the comeback that he'll be trying to produce. I thought his miss was bad there for the simple reason of him taking such a risky shot on, but at least it was justifiable. And missing 2 blacks at the spot for Selby clearly wasn't. Now it's a chance here for Chump to try and respond himself. He's still going to have all of those reds bunched up closer to the right corner pocket, which currently is covered up by the black. I mean, it's clearly is going to be decisioned by Chump to be taking those reds with the blue for now, but I don't really understand it, to be perfectly honest with you, because that's going to limit his access to those reds. I mean, that is absolutely unforgivable. Yeah, I mean, he's so close to the black, it's not even a tough angle with Selby. And, well, it was such a costly miss there for him. It gives Chump a chance now, 12 points behind, and having this red lined up into the left corner. In Chump we trust. And come on, Chump, I want to see you win today. Well, listen, you think, well, I'm here for it. Yeah, absolutely. As I say, if it goes the distance, I'll be here for it as well. And I absolutely don't care who wins. And I just want, probably, as I say, have the slightest edge for Chump, for the simple reason of I've seen Selby beat Chump before in this season. And let's make it 12 out of 12 for all the different winners of every single tournament this season. And maybe it will be John Higgins or Ronnie O'Sullivan. Well, not quite at Scottish Open, because he won't be O'Sullivan competing at that one. But maybe at the Masters, you're going to have the perfect comeback for Ronnie. For now, though, focus on Chump and his pursuit of the frame. Ooh, he's played an absolute shocker now. That is an absolute stinker of a shot, because he plays the black in. He gets it into the pocket, but way too little power on the cue ball. And he's going to be stuck to those reds. And once again, you have to make a massive decision. Do you go for this red, which is a very marginal cut now, into the right corner? Or do you try and play a safety shot and get Selby back to the table? I mean, if anything, this red is probably going to be easier to the one that he's taken on previously. And he has managed to get this one in. Now, where's the cue ball going to be? Is he going to be fine for the brown? He will be. And Chump is still back in the hunt for the frame. And still in prime chances now, especially if he gets the cue ball down the table one more time. And, well, only 3 points behind right now. And he's about to be 1 point ahead now as he gets the brown in. So, lovely little shot once again there. Nicely made by Chump. And gets himself re-established back as the leading force in this frame. Of course, he's unable to get over the line with those 3 reds. So, you'll need the one which is currently closest to the side cushion. And that probably is the only place where he can go wrong for Judd Chump's point of view. But has he got now a perfect chance of trying to roll the cue ball in behind this red and have another one of those reds as a backup into the left middle. And if that was an option, Judd Chump clearly declining that one. and setting himself up for a shot into the left middle first, with one of those reds being in open play. As right now, it is a gap of 9 points, still in favour of Jump, but still has to manage his way without any errors, and his positional play has to be absolutely perfect. That's not quite perfect though. He's going to be very straight on his blue to be taken into the right middle, and he can try and take this one in, but ideally you'd like to be on the right side of the blue, try and get the cue ball down the table and have himself lined up for a bit more of an easy shot on the red, because as I say, he's going to start a sequence of very important shots there for him, getting position on the black, which is going to allow the cue ball to be travelling in behind that red, or at least cannon it into the open play. And well, right now he has to make those 3-4 shots absolutely perfect for him to be the winner of the 15 frame. Has he played the shot well enough? I think he has. Got slight angle on the black, but is it going to be enough there to try and get in behind that red? He's having a look to see if he's going to be able to take this red into the yellow pocket diagonally of the right side cushion. So, well, I mean, he's going to go for the top spin, it would seem. So let's see with what the shot is actually going to be there for Jump. Oh, he's got himself for a side cushion shot now. This is going to be clearly a shot for the frame, because Judd Trump now only needs a red and a black combination for him to be over the line, and barring Snookers, of course. Now, is he going to be able to drop the red in? He will be. Now, still needs the black, of course. Is the yellow going to be potable? Because ideally, at this stage, you want to probably just roll the black in. Don't worry about position on the yellow. And 24 points is the advantage here for Trump. So, all comes down to this black to be taken. Has he managed to do it? Yes, he has managed to do it. So, not trying to play for the yellow. And he should be, once again, Judd Trump within touching distance of Mark Selby. And it is going to be all to play for in frame number 16. As Trump seems to clinch the frame away from Selby. Let's see if he's going to be able to drop the yellow in as well. And he wasn't able to do that anyway, because I think the yellow wasn't potable. And he's going to try and snooker Selby right now. 31 points is the difference, so Selby needs a snooker to tie. And yes, go on, Trump. Now, well, let's see this one. If Selby doesn't win this final, it's been gifted to him. It was 7-2. Well, listen, if Selby doesn't win this final, then you have to praise Trump for the comeback first, because you can always be negative, but listen, praise Trump first, and then if you want to criticize Selby after that, that's fine. And, well, he's going to leave this yellow quite close to the corner pocket, and that hasn't actually been the strongest pocket for the long shots there for Trump. But he just wants this yellow to be right over the pocket at this stage, because if he manages to eliminate all those colours, there's nothing for Selby to try and find a snooker from. And that's the way to do it. Brilliant pot there by Trump. And surely that's going to take the frame away from Selby once again. And it is going to put it down to the last 4 frames there. Well, if it is going to go the distance, it could still be 2 more frames there for Selby, if he is to find, well, the form that he was producing in the opening session. Don't think he'll be coming back to the table now, especially with the cue ball being in behind the brown, in behind the black. Well, he'll be coming back to the session, which is very surprising there for me. So he needs 2 snooker to tie, and right now he currently finds himself in a difficult snooker of his own. So, love you, Trump, win 4 more. He needs to win 3 more, because, well, I mean, I classify that as a win, to be honest, especially with Selby putting pink out of the game and putting the green so close to the corner pocket. And, well, it's actually gone on the side cushion, but Trump surely will be able to just roll this one into the pocket, and if it stays out, then you won't give away an easy chance away to Selby. But Trump has other thoughts. He was trying to go for a cross double, and he can't miss at the moment. He's got all the ingredients now for an incredible decider, or even a 10-8 win at this stage. Because, as I said, Judd Trump is going to turn as a favourite into my eyes, because of the way that he's managed to take both of these frames, and also the way that he's managed to take yellow and green comfortably. It is going to be Judd Trump 7, Mark Selby 8, and it all comes down to the last, well, still maybe a couple of frames, maybe 3 frames, and maybe it is going to be going the distance, and 4 frames for us to see the decider in between 2 great champions, to see which one of them will lift the Triple Crown event of the UK Championship for the 3rd time in their respective careers. Well to play for, and what a comeback this has been. 2-7 that Judd Trump was trailing for it, and you needed to win. At that stage, you needed to win 8 out of the next 10 frames, and he's managed to win 5 out of the next 6 frames. Incredible performance, and he's managed to, well, bring it down to the wire, and only 1 frame in this match now, and he's still in favour of Selby, which could still be important if he gets a frame-winning chance earlier on in the next frame, but he's had a couple of those in his second session, and missing all of those black off the spot. He had a nice little chance presented to Jump, and Judd was able to take some difficult reds in, some difficult blacks in, but ultimately he was able to convert it into a frame-winning break, and got himself over the line. Once again, 350 people watching. Feel free to hit the like on the stream and subscribe to the channel because, I mean, snooker is one of a kind sport, that's for sure. And you're still going to have Scottish Open to make it a wrap to 2025 year of snooker. It's time to level Jump. Great comeback. It is. It has already been a great comeback for him to try and make this match close. And it all comes down to next couple of frames there, especially from Selby's point of view, because he has to try and make this work if he is to come back of, produce a comeback of his own there, because it's one thing that you have to praise Jump here, but if Selby manages to win this match somehow now, it's still going to be a massive achievement there for him, because he's going to be up against the crowd, he's going to be up against momentum, and he's going to be against Judd Jump that has been playing super well since the second frame of the second session here. Now Selby's under pressure. It's an interesting comment, but is it a fair one, and is it actually a correct one? I actually think it is. As I say, I think at this stage, Judd Jump is the favourite for him to win the final, and therefore, it does put all the pressure on Selby because he had that lead of 7 frames to 2, and it is going to be Judd Jump with a break-off shot now. Selby was leaving him with all those chances there after the break-off. Let's see if Jump is going to have a chance of his own now, left out to Selby, and if he does, what's the sort of response that we're going to see from Mark Selby? Getting a nice little break-off, especially if he gets the cue ball in behind the yellow. Nice little shot there by Jump, because I don't think Selby can see any of those reds, therefore not allowing himself to go for a direct shot and having to hit a cushion first. Doing that off the left-hand side of the table, with the cue ball being closer to it, and just trying to get the left side of the bunch there of the reds, and having to avoid the cannon on the pink, and unable to do that. So straight away 6 points is going to be given to Jump, and let's see if it is going to be asked to restore the position there for the referee. I think that's going to be the case. So Selby to go for attempt number 2, and once again Selby will be coming back to the table if Judd doesn't get 70s or more. Well, listen, I think you talk about Mark Selby of the opening session. I don't really think that's the case. Well, I think I can understand what you mean. So you'll be coming back to the table where he's going to be winning the frame, and he's going to leave Selby needing snookers of 3 or 4 more, something like that. Listen, that's still a tactic, but so far you can't really sort of, blame Selby for something that he hasn't actually done so far in the match. And the previous frame was marginal, but it wasn't like he was dragging on for a while. And Jump was able to get that one sorted pretty quickly, although he didn't really plan to catch the blue the way he did. He got the cue ball onto the side cushion to be placed anyway, but has got a couple of those reds available for Selby to try and use as a safety shot, and also try and maybe get into the right corner pockets of his own. Jump done well to reach 7, considering he had given away the first session. Yes, needing 1 or 2. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's a tactic, but that's why Chomp... Well, listen, Chomp can always respond to that by making a break of 80 points, and therefore not allowing Selby to come back to the table. And if he comes back to the table when it's, I don't know, 7 or 8 snookers, well, Chomp can always just play it with a bit of a tactical approach, try and use it as a practice session at that stage. And yes, Selby will potentially try and slow the play down, but he's entitled to do that. And as I say, there's no point blaming him for that, because he hasn't actually done it so far in this match. And yes, Chomp has actually done really well, as I say, winning 5 frames out of 6 here. Is able to establish himself as the dominant force once again in the second session. And now, let's see if we are going to have one more chance here for Chomp. And he is going to be able to get another red in wonderfully into the left corner pocket now. Needs the cue ball to run for him to be set up for one of those ball colours, and I think in the end, he probably is going to be right in the mix of all of them. And yeah, a bit of a misjudgment there from John, because had the cue ball travelled a couple of centimetres less, it would have been set up perfectly for yellow, green or brown to choose from. And in the end, probably he's going to have his chance of going for the blue here. And I would be definitely coming back to the table, even if I need a couple of snookers. It's a final. Yes, yeah, I can't really blame you for that one. I think it means more of like 3 or 4 at that stage, where it's going to be really, really difficult. And Chomp, well, probably didn't have a choice there, but to just try and roll the cue ball in behind the brown. Once again, getting a nice little long red, but in the end, he's unable to convert it into anything more than just a single point, and the cue ball being in behind the brown. So Selby, once again, the blueprint was there, trying to get the cue ball onto the left side of the table and bounce away off the side cushion into the main bunch of reds. Play the shot nicely, with the pink not being on the spot previously. And once again, Chomp will just try and get the cue ball away from the main bunch and in towards the green pocket. And what's your opinion? Who will win? Well, listen, I said at the start of the match, well, Selby will win. I didn't actually go for a scoreline, which I actually just realised. And if I was to go for the scoreline at the start of the match, 10-7, well, listen, it's really different, because if you let me adjust after the first session, I would say 10-5, 10-6, but that's no longer the case here. So I still I thought that Selby was going to win before the start of the match, so I don't tend to change my prediction, but so I'll stick by it. But for now, of course, it does look like Trump is going to be the favourite, for him being the man in form, winning 5 frames on the bounce. But it is now going to be testing the consistency of Mark Selby, and let's see if he's going to be able to produce that performance against Judd Chomp here. It's a game of nerves. I think Chomp will win. Wow. Listen, Chomp fans will always think that he'll win, and Selby fans will always think that Mark Selby will be able to win, but Judd Chomp ain't going to be able to win if he plays shots like that, and I think it's an absolute horror of a mistake that he's made. He's left the red over to left middle now for Selby. Of course, it could be, it wasn't of course, but it could be a nice little thing there available to Chomp, because he's given away a position which is still far from ideal, and we have seen Selby making very easy misses earlier on the black, especially on the previous frame. But of course, the shot that he's trying to take into the left middle, he's going to try and, well, pot it into the pocket that so far has 28 out of 28 pot success. 15 minutes since his last pot time, and he is going to be 29 out of 29 here, and another chance here for Mark Selby. So, I mean, that's always going to be the advantage of having that extra frame on the board. And that's why you want to have that advantage of 5 frames or so, because no matter how many frames Trump is going to win, until he reaches you, you're still going to technically, on paper, be the favourite, because you have got more frames than your opponent, and especially at such late stage of the match, you're going to be able to try and use that in your favour. And listen, if Selby is going to play badly and grind out 2 more frame wins, I don't think he'll absolutely give a damn about it, because I think he'll just try and get on with it and punch a hole at the table if he has to, if he's going to prevent Chomp from taking 3 more frames to beat Mark Selby and become the 3-time UK champion himself. But this is going to turn into a massive shot now off the yellow, because after this yellow, he's got absolutely nothing there, Selby. Back splitter says 83%, but this is really difficult for him to try and do off the yellow, and well, he's going to be absolutely nowhere there, Selby. Getting the break of 11 points, and unless he can spot an incredible plant to be taken into the left corner, I think it will be the end of Mark Selby's break. I mean, he's looking to go for a potential double now, which still going to get the cue ball onto the lower part of the table, but he obviously was just trying to use that red as a chance for him to get the cue ball to the top part of the table. And now as we get to, well, not quite the second part of the frame, but certainly get through the opening phase, with 3 reds being taken out of the game. And, well, still 12 more on the table, very much closely bunched up. Chomp has to be the player that actually tries to develop those. And very essential for him to keep the black available. Now he has left a long shot available here for Selby. Nothing available from sort of the right part of the table. the one on the only red on the left-hand side of the table is actually probably the one that Selby can try and go for into the left corner pocket. Pot success so far, 2 out of 8. But remember, the last one that he's managed to take on, he actually got into the pocket nicely. Let's see if it is going to be 29% of long pot success improved. It will be. Beautiful little shot by Selby. Has he managed to get the cue ball under control? I think he has. And this could be another start of something special there for Selby. As I say, so far throughout this match, where he had 2 chances presented to himself, he was able to take them for the majority of the time, but not quite on the previous frame. And Trump was able to steal that away from Selby. Now, has the Jester got the response? He certainly got the black into the corner pocket, but has he managed to get himself onto a red now? And I don't think the answer is going to be positive from what I can see here, because he was trying to make things happen, trying to get the cue ball through those red. Well, I mean, the one that he's looking to play for now is far from ideal. He's very much higher up than the usual target line for the cue ball to be located in relation to this red. And, well, 12 points is absolutely nothing at this stage. But lovely little shot there, taken nicely for the red. The cue ball to bounce away from the cushion and get himself lined up for a nice little shot on the black as well. Lovely little shot there by Selby, because had to control the cue ball power nicely and managed to get the red straight into the heart of the pocket from a very tough angle there for himself. And once again, well, just like I said in the previous frame, he's managed to do all the hard work quite earlier on. He's going to have 3 reds available on the lower part of the table, 1 more onto the top part of it, and he's also going to have 20 points of advantage. Selby wins the table. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Got himself into a great chance now of establishing a 9-7 lead, but as I say, that was the case in the previous frame, and at that time it was a 9-6 of a lead, which is going to be very different to having a 9-7 lead, which is still not a guarantee there for Selby. Although with every single black that he manages to pot and the red that he takes away off the table, he is getting that extra step closer to the finish line. And of course, no matter what you say about Chump's form, you can't go against the numbers and the stats. And stats are going to say that Mark Selby is going to be 1 frame away if he manages to get himself 30 or so more points on the board, which is going to require, well, minor adjustment to the position, maybe. But as he rolls another black in, he's going to have 36 points of advantage with 91 points at the table. So he's got, as I say, 3 more reds available, 2 on the lower part of the table, 1 more on the top part of it. And that's going to be potential 24 points. And 24 points taken out of the table. So probably will need 1 more red. But as he takes those 3 away, you may well have a chance of taking at least 1 more away in his favour. For now, a little backspin shot on the black as he tries to get around the red and set the cue ball up for the shot into the left corner. So the break of 40 points now for himself, so ahead by 44 points, remaining on the table 83 as he tries to get the red to be dropped into the left corner. Plays the cue ball nicely to have a couple of those develop. Lost the cue ball slightly, but still not to the extent to be worried about the position on the black. I think he's got a nice little angle to try and have the cue ball to be cannoned away onto the side cushion and onto the top part of the table, which is going to have one of those reds waiting over the right middle. So he'll be doing all the math in his head, trying to ensure he's going to be fine on points now, and he does seem to be very close to getting over the line now. Closer than the previous frame, that's for sure, because I think, well, 2 more reds should actually get him over the line, and, well, I don't understand why he's tried to play this shot the way he has, because he's tried to cannon the cue ball onto those reds, and surely you had to try and take that red off the top part of the table first, because I said he was close, but right now it's a massive shot off the rest for him to try and stay in the hunt for this frame, and that is not a gimme at all, and he still needs position on the black, of course, and, well, he made this job very difficult now. Part of the champion required for him to be a real contender and a real dominant force now for that 9-7 of advantage. But if Chompy's gone back to the table, oh dear, from Selby's point of view. Now, he goes for the shred. Is it in? I think it is. And it is in. So, brilliant shot there by Selby. And once again, keeping that response success at 100% for each of the players in this final. Well, I mean, if you're going to struggle on a long shot, just take the rest with you, and hopefully that'll help. But certainly, that was a brilliant pot there by Selby. Gets the yellow into its own pocket, and now 55 points in between the two players, with 67 on the table. As long as he's going to be an expensive caller, this red and the caller should take Mark Selby over the finish line for this frame alone. Don't get excited just yet. He's not, well, he hasn't won the title yet anyway, because he's not even over the line in this frame. But you will need one more frame after this one. If he gets the brown in, he will leave Judd needing snookers. Well, at least one at this stage. And if he gets one more red into the left or right corner pocket, he'll be able to get himself over the line and not have Judd to come back to the table for any more of those shots. And it's a perfect response from a champion. And a 4-time world champion. He's one step closer to making himself a 3-time champion of the UK Championship, and a wonderful little long shot, of course, after a decent safety shot being played. Can't see Judd win it now. Well, he's going to have to win 3 on the bounce, but Selby has certainly managed to produce a brilliant performance now in this frame number 16, and re-establish himself at least with a 2-frame cushion. And as I say, right now, he will take 3 frames on the bounce for Judd to win it and take it away from Mark Selby. By the way, we've got 400 people watching. Thank you very much for every single one of you joining in. Feel free to hit the like on the stream and subscribe to the channel for more tournaments like this one. And the first Triple Crown certainly has managed to live up to all sorts of expectations from, well, from the neutral point of view, that's for sure. Whether it has lived up to expectations of Mark Selby or sort of Judd will be determined by which one of them is actually going to be the winner here. And Mark Selby looking to be very, very close to actually being at the final lap and the finish line. And getting, well, another red in to the left corner. I didn't think that the century hunt was possible, but with him getting one of those reds out of the way, we still could see the 4th century here in this match. Match time going for 5 hours right now. And that has been an incredible performance by the two players. And, well, tried to do his best there, Selby, but in the end he is going to be absolutely nowhere of going for this red. And, well, just looking to judge the contact to try and play it along the black ball cushion, off the side cushion of the cue ball. And it does look like he will be. The break off 77. Wow, it was a mighty effort there by Selby, by the way. And was very close to making the red drop off the cushion. And in the end, it is going to be Mark Selby to win another frame. And as he goes for the bar from break, he's only 1 frame away from making absolute history. And, well, from us seeing scenes here at the Barbican, the crowd have stayed up to see an action. And, well, with it being 10 o'clock here in the UK, the players certainly have provided all sorts of action now for us to see. And, listen, you're going to have Judd with 51% of the chance of winning this match. Right now, it is going to be Selby taking the advantage, especially with the way that he's managed to respond and getting himself over the line. Good morning. Surprised to see Chomp only 1 behind, but looking like 2 now. He will be 2. And not sure good morning, because it's 10 o'clock in the UK, but it depends where you're watching this one from. Good luck, Chomp. Well, Mohammed, he does need to win 3 frames on the bounce now for him to be the reigning champion of the UK Championship one more season, because he has been getting that golden ticket and the best side of the draw for him being the world number 1 and defending champion. As I stated, Selby's living off Trump's errors. No, that wasn't a Trump error, and that's why you're not right, because that was a brilliant long shot by Selby. It wasn't a chance given away there by Trump. It was a safety shot being played decent, and it still was a wonderful little long shot which set up Mark Selby with a break of 77 points, I think it was in the end. So certainly can't blame it on Chomp on that one. And that's why you can never underestimate any sort of player, especially when it comes to professional snooker players, having that extra frame advantage, because you can have Chomp to win 5 out of 6, but you can always have Selby coming back with a better performance and having that spark ignited in him, and once again taking it to 2 frame advantage. It's 3:30 in India AM. Well, come on, Judd. Well, I mean, certainly a lot of support there from Malaysia at 6 AM plus Monday morning. Ooh. I mean, appreciate the commitment, as I say, Peter. And, if you're going to have to go back to work, I mean, that's certainly, as I say, for you staying up so long. It has been worth taking applause for that. Chomp missed his safety shot. No, he didn't. He absolutely didn't. Absolutely didn't. He's played it in the way that he's intended to, and maybe he was trying to get the cue ball closer to the ball cushion, but in the end, it certainly wasn't an error from Chomp's point of view. It was a brilliant long shot by Selby, and now we could be set up for an absolute, well, classic for a finish. Mark Selby is about to go for a break-off shot, and remember, on the previous 8, he has lost out a chance given away to Judd Chomp on 7 of those occasions. Whether all 7 were taken, of course, remains to be seen, and the answer is no, but the fact in itself, every single time you go for a break-off shot, of the 8 previous ones, 7 of those have been converted to a chance taken by Chomp, and let's see if it is going to be 8 out of 9. I don't think that will be the case. So, well, Selby managing to step up his game when it counts, and you can see Chomp being looking for that red, which always has been there for him, and yeah, you can see the disappointment pretty much in his eyes. Why haven't you not left me anything now at the deciding point of this matchup? As you Snooker fans are dedicated, I could never get up that early for a match. Listen, Exploder rated, that's a fair comment, because I remember when I had to watch Formula 1, beginning really, sort of getting up really early in the morning, I was always going to be dead throughout the majority of the day. And once again, Judd Chomp has gone for that red, so trying not to change traditions there. And, well, in the end, he is going to get away with this mistake, because it is going to be a mistake very close to getting the red in, but just about going to miss this one. And give the turn back to Selby now. Chomp can look back with that fatal error, missing thinker. Which one are you talking about? Because I can think of a couple of errors which, listen, Chomp can look back on all the frames that he's lost out at the start of the match for him to go 5-0 down. And I'm not sure which cut you're talking about. And, yeah, as I say, 7 point... Yeah, can't really think about it. Retired, no problem. Well, that's the thing about it, as I say. Still, I mean, listen, if you're retired, it doesn't mean that it's easy for you to get up really early. Yes, you may have no work or something, but you still have to get up really early, which deserves a round of applause. Back to Chompy goes now, after Selby just trying to get the cue ball into the main bunch of reds, trying to have those to spread out away from each other. And back to Judd he goes, having a look to see if he's going to be able to get one of those reds to go onto the right-hand side of the table. The thin red that he missed, the left centre pocket shot for Selby. I'm trying to think about it now. I don't think that was the previous frame. No, it wasn't the previous. Listen, the previous frame was lost out by Chomp because he left a long shot available for Selby, and that set himself up with a chance when 7-8 down. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't a thin cut. It was a long shot taken into the left corner. I mean, I'm never going to go against the majority here, but I'm pretty sure that that was the case. And, well, maybe I'm wrong on this one, and I have to look back on it. But as I say, I was pretty confident that Selby got himself into that 77 points of a clearance of the long shot that he's taken really nicely into the left corner pocket. Now, Session 1, 79%, and Session 2, 71% of a safety success for Mark Selby. So, you know, a slight drop-off, but I think there has been an overall drop-off there from a performance from Selby's point of view. But, of course, he only needs one more frame there for him to forget about all the troubles that he's had. Doesn't want the cue ball to see this red on coming very close to the line of the left middle. And in the end, he's going to have a couple of long shots conceded, but with the cue ball being tucked in behind the bulk line and very close to the ball cushion as well. He should have just a safety shot for Chomp to be played. My prediction, Chomp can win 10-9 over Selby. Well, as I say, I reckon that's the prediction of all Chomp fans, because that's the only way that Chomp is going to win this match. And, well, once again, I have to say there has been a massive shift in play for the previous frame, where Selby was once again able to take the game down to Chomp's world and just absolutely outplay him, having 2 wonderful long shots, and the second one giving him the break of 77 points, which of course has allowed him to get over the line there and set himself up, being just 1 frame away from making history and becoming the 3-time UK champion here in 2025. Long pot success has improved in session number 2, 43% for Selby, in comparison to 27 on the previous one. 3 out of 7 and 3 out of 11 in 2 sessions respectively. Nice little shot once again there from Mark, getting the cue ball to only see, I think it's 1 red there, which you can see on the edge. And he's going to try and get the cue ball to the top part of the table one more time. Missed thinker, the cue ball bounced back and hit red to climb near centre pocket. Leave easy centre pocket. Trump lost the final. I mean, the first session. Listen, Peter, I'm not going to, as I say, you come across as an intelligent person. I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I can't remember what you're talking about, but it probably will be me just forgetting that one. It's fair play, and I'll give you the argument on this occasion. Whatever you're trying to get to my head, I can't actually think about it. Maybe was, maybe when. Sorry about that one. Now then, getting back to frame number 17. And it's a nice little shot being played by Judd there, because he's going to have Mark Selby back into a little bit of trouble. Trump had to hit the fine edge of that red to try and send the cue ball to the top part of the table. And now he's going to try and put all the distance in between the cue ball and the red himself. Fair play to Trump for his comeback. Yes, Renegade, you have to say, listen, you can say fair play to Selby for actually getting over the line, but fair play for Trump for actually making this a competitive match there, especially with him being 2-7 down. Now having a look to see if he's going to be able to get through to any of those reds on the left side cushion here for Selby. Shot time is going to reach minute now for him. And, well, cross double is going to be one of those options, but with the angle not really being in favour of the cue ball on the bounce back, has to be very careful on the, yeah, as I say, on the bounce back, and that's going to give a chance away to Chomp here. So, black being out of the game, pink not necessarily being in the game either. Should try and make this play around the blue here and the ball colours, but he's going to have in reds in all sorts of favourable position now. I think Selby will win. He only needs one more frame, but Trump gets an early chance here on frame number 16. Sorry, 17, I should say. And, well, he's going to get the first red in, but not really an ideal position on the colour straight away. So that was the chance there for him to establish himself nicely for the blue. So try and get the cue ball for the lower part of the table one more time. And try and drop it into the middle. Plays the shot nicely, drops the blue in. And still going to have that red taken into the middle nicely now. The first session was closer then. He stood a better chance. Well, Trump is always next to you. Listen, let's see. He's not out. He's not down and out just yet. And, you know, Ronnie O'Sullivan managed to do it against Selby in the semi-final stage. And he wasn't playing well in that session as well. He managed to just outplay Selby and take it with an absolute blitz of a 3-frame performance. Well, maybe apart from a decider, with it taking slightly longer, with Selby trying to fight back. But listen, Trump will never give up. He's shown it time and time before, and he's already shown it in this match. Being 2-7 down, he's managed to come back to 7-8. He's certainly going to be able to try and replicate that if he shows a similar sort of form there. And remember, it does take players time for them to get over the line, and it's the first real chance presented nicely to Chomp, getting himself. It's not even streaming here in India. Keep relying on stream. Keep up the good work. Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And now having this pink available into the right middle, I don't actually think that Trump was looking to pot this pink, because if it's going to go back on its spot, the way I can see it from here, it is going to be surrounded by reds, and that way you're going to have both pink and black out of the game. So maybe Trump is going to be able to take this pink spot here with the cue ball, and yeah, he wasn't even trying to do it one more time. And ideally, of course, he would have liked to see those reds being in the way of the pink. Right now, he has to try and make his way through those reds, take him with the blue here, unless he goes for the ball colours and, well, overruns there for the blue. Now, 18 points is the advantage for Trump, so has to be very careful with the cue ball ricocheting away from the side cushion. And the first shot is taken beautifully right now, so he's going to have the cue ball very close to the blue, and also taken into the right middle, with the cue ball being the right side of blue now. 100k for losing is not so bad, yes, Peter, but it's still going to be a massive credit to the campaign of any one of the players. And as I say, Trump is not going to be out of the game just yet. And, well, if he establishes himself one frame, then the second frame, and all of a sudden it's a decider, and he's back to being 50-50. Remember, Trump has never led in this match, because he was able to go 5-0 down ever since from the get-go. And right now he gets himself in with a chance of trying to get within touching distance there of Selby one more time. And he's managed to do that on a couple of those occasions. And the closest that he's been, of course, was 1-0 down and 7-8 down. He has been down 2 frames a couple of occasions already, being 5-7, 6-8 down, and now 7-9 already. 25 points here accumulated at the start of this break here. And once again, having to play all of these shots with the blue. He's got one more red as a backup option that he can try and take away from the sort of right corner pocket. But once again, he has to play the shot perfectly to be set up with the right side of the blue. And, well, those shots seem like they're going to be easy, but they're always going to be one of the most difficult ones for you to control the pace of the cue ball. And that's exactly what happened here with Trump underrunning massively for this blue. He has managed to take the shot previously, but as I say, the closer you get to the end, the more you're going to have fatigue, you're going to have pressure kicking in and just being in the way. And that's exactly what happened. He still managed to get the blue in, but maybe taking the eye off the cue ball. And it is going to be the break of 36 points. But that's going to be it there for Judd Trump here. Trump's timing is off, so he should lose. Not quite. As a professional, you should always try and hang in there. And you never should accept to just lose, especially in the final when you've done so well to actually be setting up the match against Selby, where you managed to beat Dean Gilway, Steve Stephen Maguire and Neil Robertson as the world number 3 this season, of course. And well, Trump can still try and get something out of the shot. Wow, he's played this one horribly wrong, as he managed to get away with this one though. He's so close to catching all the jaws of the pocket there with the cue ball and leaving that one onto the lower part of the table, which would have given a chance away to Selby. And in the end, he probably hasn't given anything away, because the long shot that Selby can try and go for right now, and just trying to reverse psychology, and Trump makes me eat my words. Well, that can also be the tactic there. Where to watch live: TNT Sports 3, WST Play, and well, it depends just the region that you're going to be watching from. So once again, just looking to see whether we're going to have this cue ball to be lined up for the lower part of the table. So I'll be trying to see if he's going to have anything available at all there for him. After a bit of a misjudgment from Trump, could have had very serious implications. But in the end, it doesn't actually look like he's going to have anything set up for Selby. Well, I mean, I don't know what he was trying to do, but unless he gets the cue ball very far down the table, he's going to be in trouble himself. I think there is a way for Trump to attempt a long shot. Does he go for it though? I mean, one more time, does he trust in his ability for him to be surely over the line in this frame, especially if he gets himself onto the colour? 8 out of 11 so far for long pot success. Well, can he make it 9 out of 12? Or is it going to be too much to ask? Oh, he's missed that one by a mile. Now, where's the cue ball going to be? He's going to cannon into the Reds. And, well, he's going to cannon on the Reds back once again. But this is going to be an absolute golden chance given away to Selby. I didn't actually have a good feeling there with Trump, because when the player makes a break of 36 points, it's just always very likely to see the other player step back to the table and trying to have a comeback to be produced. 9-9. Well, I don't think that's going to be likely right now, because Selby gets the first real chance to be over the line and get Judd Trump to be knocked out of the tournament here and be the runner-up here. Well, commentator, I just want to compliment you on the coverage of this final. Thank you, Gareth. Appreciate that. Lovely comment. And, well, Selby is going to be there with a chance here to try and not clear up the table, but he's going to have to try and get close to it because of him being 36 points down, 91 points at the table after he makes the first red plus blue sequence. I think he's going to try and stick to it for now, with the pink now being available into the left corner after Trump taking out both of those reds away from the left corner there to allow pink to be going into that pocket. Of course, therefore, allows the pink to go into the right middle as well. But I think Selby will be fine without it. And it's all about just trying to play for the blue to be taken into the left middle. And 29 points is going to be the deficit for him to try and overcome. The first shot hasn't actually been played too well. And let's see if he's managed to get himself lined up for this red into the corner. And, well, you can see that he hasn't played... well, the camera work suggesting that he hasn't played a good shot off the blue previously by Trump, where he set himself up for a bit of a disaster on the the shot of that red over the pocket, but as I say, that's in the past. And now if you talk about present, you're going to have a lovely little chance presented to Selby. Takes one more red away there from the table. And ultimately just leaving himself with 6 red to try and deal with. One of those reds is going to be covered up by the black for now, as it has been throughout the majority of this frame. I have total respect for both players, but would love Mark to take it. Well, listen just, mate. He has managed to take Champion of Champions away from Judd, and can he make it? 2 out of 2. First player, of course, in this season to take 2 trophies. In this season, of course, it's still going to be one ranking event, but what a ranking event this would be for Selby if he manages to get himself over the line and cannons the cue ball into the black and red. So ultimately, he's going to have this red available, but the way the cue ball is positioned, he's going to have it down the table, which is not going to have any colours logically, so has to try and cannon the other red in the way that he's still going to have the black set up into the left corner to be taken. A very important shot there coming up for Selby. And has he managed to find a gap? He has. Now is he going to have the blue ball to be set up? And I think he's just about going to have enough power on the shot, but very straight on this one. And he's run out of easy reds that he can try and take of those straight blues. I think he probably has to try and roll through the cue ball. And, well, slightly, because he's going to have this red taken with a mid-range shot into the left corner. Once again, it's not really the shot that you want to take, especially when it could be the difference in between losing the frame or becoming the winner of the UK Championship here. And, well, listen, Mark Selby win. Selby get a kick. Come on, let's not be wishing on a disaster here for Selby. He has played incredible campaign in the tournament. And can he be the player that actually takes it away here from the reigning champion? And he still has got a couple of shots there before that's going to be the case. And this one is going to be a very important one because it's not going to be taken with the rest. He has to try and reach for it. And he's played the shot wonderfully once again, getting the cue ball way beyond that blue ball line and still on the right side of the blue. Takes the shot wonderfully out there by Selby. And well, as he tries to get the cue ball down the table one more time, he's going to be able to get himself re-established for those reds to be taken into right or left corner. So Selby 70 plus break. Listen, he can do it. And he's going to have a couple of obstacles along the way first. Is he going to be able to get one of those reds apart from the black? And that's going to be a massive boost there for his chances. Because apart from that, you can't really see it going wrong. I know he's 5 points down. And he could have pressure kicking in. And he has missed a couple of blacks off the spot. But this could be, and well, at this stage, this should be a frame and therefore a match-winning opportunity. Just as I say that, it has gone awfully wrong for Selby. He's missed the red into the left corner and, well, he's smiling about it, but he probably will be on the verge of crying. I mean, what a miss that is. So easy just to take your eye off the pot. He was playing for the black, an unforced errors, 13 for Selby, 11 for Chomp. Let's see now if Chomp can have a goal now to see one of those reds to be taken into the right corner. He can, and as I say, Selby doing all the hard work previously, but we could have at least another frame on our hands if Chomp is going to be able to get all those reds in. Surely there will be no way back for Selby at that stage. Well, what a turning point this could be, especially for Selby. He could see the finish line, and he was one corner away from it, but in the end he had a flat tyre, and it does look like he's going to have to go for a rematch one more time, despite him having, well, one more race win technically in his bag, with him having one more frame win over Judd Chomp. But this could be a massive turning point if ever we've seen one. And just how many of the instances we've seen Judd Chomp coming back from behind, he was probably thinking that he was in and out, probably thinking what he was going to say in that post-match interview. And now he's got 21 points of a cushion to try and hold on to with well, now, if this red is going to disappear into the corner pocket, he can try and go for the shot to be taken into the right corner one more time there for the blue, for the black, I should say. And just having a look to see if he's going to be able to get in behind that red to be taken into the corner pocket there for himself. And that, of course, at that time will be a frame ball for Judd Chomp. Now needs the cue ball to get past the pink, and he has managed to do that. So, a rest shot coming up there, and you can see what a massive miss that was. Chomp didn't expect to come back to the table, and you can see He has taken a couple of seconds to actually get his thoughts together when he's managed to raise from the chair. Now, massive shot there for him, and the red is in. So it does look like he will be at least one more frame for us to witness, and the decider, Hunt, is still on there for Trump, which at this stage, of course, will be the ultimate point and a goal for him. 30 points is the advantage here for Trump. He can try and hammer the black hole and try and get the cue ball to the top part of the table one more time, but ultimately it is going to be one more frame taken away from Mark Selby, and well, we've got 500 people watching. As I say, thank you very much for everyone tuning in. This has been an absolutely incredible match, and if you have enjoyed it, feel free to like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. We'll still have plenty of action, and we'll have 2 more incredible Triple Crown tournaments this season alone. But for now, let's get over with the first one. Judd Trump, he's going to have the break off, 37 points and counting now. Can he produce a little bit of a total clearance? Just accumulate maximum amount of table time here and get himself lined up for. You can see total points 931 for Trump, 934 for Selby, and he's now going to be 2 ahead there as this stat appears. And well, this has been a massive performance there from Judd Trump, and he's managed to actually be there when he matters, because you can say that Selby should have never missed that red, and he probably should have, but he still takes a brilliant piece of queuing to see Judd Trump get over the line. And we are going to go into frame number 18, and once again it's Judd Trump getting that gap down to just 1 frame, and the hope is still alive there as Judd Trump survives for 1 more frame there to be taken. Come on, Judd, or not. Next frame, Selby wins 70 plus break. Well, listen, it's always in there with a chance. Come on in the skirts, well done. Hey, listen, I know I've done that at the worst possible time, and I wasn't actually planning to do it because, as I say, I haven't got a horse in the race. And if Selby is to win it fair play, I thought he's done all the hard work, and just as I said that he was on the finish line, it misses the next red. But what sort of red was that? I mean, how can you miss that red? I know it's pressure, I know it's tense, but how can you afford to miss that red? Wow. Snooker, eh? Snooker, eh? What happens on a snooker table? Judd needs 2 century break. He doesn't, but, well, unless you need him to. But he has managed to produce a wonderful performance there in that frame number 17. And, well, as you can see, that 5-0 of a lead for Mark Selby has evaporated off into the distance. And how difficult must it be for him to come back to the table now, knowing that he hasn't got anything as a guarantee there to himself? It's snooker. It is certainly going to be snooker. Damn, Trump got to 8, 7-2, but he can't believe it. Yes. Well, I bet he can believe it. I think as a professional, you have to just be sort of trying to believe in yourself, and don't worry about what happened in the past. Try and move forward, and it's all going to come down to nothing if he's going to lose this match, because it will hurt even more if he managed to give himself hope. But now, of course, if it is to be a decider, it will be Mark Selby's break-off, and we all know what happened on the previous 9 of those, with 8 of those resulting in a chance, whether he was taken or not with a long shot by Judd Trump. But this time, I actually think it is going to be long shot available to Mark Selby to be taken into the right corner. After a slight inaccuracy there from Judd Trump's point of view. And Mark Selby try and have a go at this one. Try and take it into the right corner. And Trump is going to be looking very nervously. Once again, those are the moments that you can't do anything about. And you just have to hope that you'll be coming back for 1 more time there to the table, at least frame. Long pot success, 33%. He's tried to take it. He's missed it. Is he left this red on? I think he just about is going to be alright with this one. It was very marginal of him getting the help of the pack. And he's got it in the end. I hope we're not going to see one of those lengthy frames there. Because we've seen a very similar picture at the Champion of Champions. Re-rack show, eh? Nice to see. Nice to see the players agreeing on that so quickly, because, as I say, we've seen that at the Champion of Champions. At that stage, of course, Selby had 30 points of advantage, and yeah, in the end, it was very nice to see players just trying to set ourselves up with a nice little frame here to try and watch, and aggressive snooker being played from both players, and it is going to be back to Judd Trump for the break-off shot for us to get 18 frame underway. Once again, pressure on both. Yes, it is going to be pressure on both, but I mean, I don't know. probably on Selby slightly more because of him being so close to the finish line, and especially after what happened in the previous frame. Yes, he has turned out to be a good final. This was expected in the first session. Yes, he was, but it's better late than never. And Chomp is going to try and break the pack away there from each other in the way that he's not going to leave a long shot opportunity here for Selby. And, well, it does seem to be an absolute carbon copy of the previous break-off. Yeah, I mean, absolute carbon copy of the previous break-off. I mean, slightly closer with the cue ball to the bulk cushion, but exactly the same red away. Well, probably exactly the same distance there from the pocket. And as I say, the only difference probably is going to be the fact of the cue ball being slightly closer to the ball cushion this time around. So he's still going to have a chance here for Selby to be taking this red. 2 out of 6 there for long shots being taken into that pocket. And, well, one more chance there to Selby. He will feel like it's a bit of a penalty shootout where he's allowed to retake a penalty here. But, of course, this shot is going to be more difficult than the previous one. Let's see if he's going to try and use it as a safety play. Just get the cue ball down the table and get the red onto the top part of it. Selby win. Listen, we know you've been looking for that 70-plus break for Selby, but he's not there yet. And, yeah, indeed, he will just travel and send the cue ball onto the lower part of the table, send one of those reds to the top part of it, and have Chomp to be set up with a couple of those difficult shots to be played. I think Chomp is going to be the winner. Can you imagine if he doesn't? Well, listen, if Selby's not going to win this one, well, Chomp has gone for a bit of a risky shot, but he's caught it in the front jaw of the middle pocket, which is always going to be slightly more forgiving, especially if you catch the sort of back end jaw of the middle pocket. You're very likely to leave this red over the pocket, but in the end, Chomp understanding the risks. And the same red is available technically to be taken into the yellow pocket, but don't think that Selby will be looking to take that risk on right now. I think Chomp is the winner. Copy. And once again, Selby just giving the turn back to Chomp here. And, well, very unlikely to see the cube onto the top part of the table to be sent in the foreseeable future. With those 2 reds being, well, as a threat there for the 2 players. One of those reds being close to the right middle, and the other one being closer to the yellow pocket now. So Chomp can try and go for this red to be sent to the bulk cushion. And as I say, that was the more dangerous red. Very nearly had a double kiss there, which would have been a disaster there for Chomp. But in the end, played the shot nicely. And getting this red down the table enough there to make sure it's not going to be playable for Selby. And back to mark it goes. Still going to have a very closed up position there. Black is available, which is going to be good news. Blue is, of course, available. Both colours all on the spots. Being compromised by the reds, as you would expect at this stage. And apart from that, all of those reds are going to be very close to each other. And, well, very few of them are actually going to be in playable position as it stands. Now then, nice little shot once again there by Selby. And, well, don't think he'll be looking to set up a difficult long shot available for Chomp, but ultimately he's just having a look to see if he's going to be able to go for one more safety shot now with Chomp and get the cue ball to be lined up for the ball cushion once again. But he does seem to go for one of those reds which he has sent onto the lower part of the table previously. Has to hit this one very thin on the edge. And, well, he's hit this one well. Now, is he going to pass the green? He will. So, it's not quite going to be a Snooker there, which probably at this stage would have mean a lot anyway, with so many reds being close to the main back. And, well, let's see what we're going to see now. And, English only in chat, guys, as I say. Make sure that I understand the message. Otherwise, you'll have to see those messages to be removed. And for now, it is Selby. Once again, well, I mean, he has left a chance here for Chomp, especially if the brown is going to be out of the way. And it is going to be the brown out of the way. And it's a long shot opportunity once again here for Chomp. We have seen a couple of those missed. 8 out of 12 long shots into those pocket. And, well, can he make it? 9 out of 13. And, well, let's see if that's going to be the case here. I think he can try and go for this red to be taken into the left corner now, Trump, but ultimately probably choosing the other red. And yeah, just playing it as a safety shot, you would think, although he hasn't caught this one too well. And one of those reds has gone exactly on the blue spot. This could be a chance here for Mark Selby to try and take this one away. And, well, listen, he can try and take this one into the right corner pocket, or he can try and get another red into the left corner. Come on, Juddy. Well, he wasn't able to take that red away. As I say, I think compromised by the brown and having to breach over it at that stage. But this could be one more chance given away here to Selby. And you can try and get the cue ball to be sent to the lower part of the table now. And have this one lined up for the shot to be taken into the left part of the table. And I think he's going to switch the run of play here to send a couple of those reds towards the right corner pocket. And having to miss the black perfectly now. And ideally doesn't want to cannon the brown at all. Wants the cue ball to be resting on the ball cushion. Playing the shot perfectly out there by Mark. And back to Trump it goes. So something that we haven't actually seen for a while was a lengthy safety game at the beginning of those frames. And as I say, both players have been pretty accurate in this one. So I'll be having the edge as you would expect there, with it being his known strength of the part of his game. Once again, Trump having to dig deep now and trying to go for the edge of those reds to be sent to the left corner pocket, which he has managed to pop previously. Now getting this cue ball very close to be in behind the yellow. And in the end, he's going to slow down without being too close to the yellow now. Selby win. Nothing potted yet. Nothing potted yet for sure. But this could be a chance there for Mark. As I say, if he was Trump, I would expect him to be going for the shot. Well, I say that. He needs to play with the mighty backspin because of black and pink all being not quite in an impossible position to pot, but very difficult to actually get onto any one of those two colours, especially from a long shot. And Trump loser, as I say, if you're going to call people in the chat names, you're going to be removed from the chat very swiftly. So if you're going to support one of the players, that's fine, but make sure to respect the other player as well. Now, getting this red into the right corner will get him, that's fine. If you're going to do it again, that's fine, as I say. You had the warning, and you're not going to take the warning well, you're not going to be here. Simple as that. Now then, the red to be taken, is it going to be an attempt there for Selby? Because shot time is going to reach 1 minute now, and it could be a start of something special there for Selby. Although I've said that a couple of previous occasions. He's going to miss this red though. Now, where's he going to finish? Is it going to be possible for the green pocket? It will be. And what a chance this has turned into for Judd Trump. I mean, it's not going to be perfect there for Trump, but it's still a lot better than nothing. And certainly is a lot better than going for a risky long shot and trying to, well, if you miss it, leave everything away to Selby. This will be last frame. Listen and see if it's going to be the case. But for now, Trump hasn't taken the shot well, and he caught the jaw of the middle. So, you know, Kesha maybe, he was actually right about this one. Last spot time, 10 minutes now. Very much approaching that time. And, well, I thought that was the chance there for Trump to get himself established in this frame and at least have some sort of a sequence of those points available. Remember, he had 36 points to get himself started in the previous frame. Selby was able to respond with 31 points and missing an easy red into the left corner has allowed Trump to get himself back into the frame. And now last spot time, 10 minutes. Can Selby go for this red into the pocket? No, he wasn't even trying to. So it was all about getting the cue ball into the safe zone. Doesn't want to catch the brown, but in the end he catches it in the way that it doesn't actually change the pace of the cue ball enough. So it's still going to be tied up on the ball cushion. And it's all about getting the cue ball down the table and in a safe manner once again there for Trump. Odds up 35 to 45 Selby. Not doing maths right. I'll tell you that for sure. If you mean 55-45 Selby, then that's fine. But 35-45, I mean, I've actually never seen that. And they're actually quite funny, but the odds don't work like that. Now then, Trump, once again, the edge of those reds, having to play it very carefully. And, well, he hasn't played it well enough. And has he left the red on? He certainly has left the red on. Now the question has to be, can Selby get himself lined up for one of those colours? The pink is still compromised badly and probably impossible to get on at the moment. And the black was cannoned onto the side cushion previously now with the shot of the black. And the blue is going to be slightly out of position as well. It is going to be very difficult for Selby to get himself lined up for the next colour, but he can't refuse this long shot because you may not receive a better chance, especially with us being at the end game point of the match now. You have a great stamina. Thank you, Team JFK. Appreciate that. As I say, I come from very much a country of working class, so not going to have a trouble with that. Now then, it's a lovely little shot for Selby that gets himself in with a chance, and ultimately, is he going to be setting himself up for a shot off this blue to be taken? Or is it just going to be a safety shot? As I say, he couldn't really refuse that shot to be taken as a long shot, but may have to just send the cue ball in behind the brown and have the yellow as the backup option as well. Well, nice shot there. Nicely taken there by Selby because it was all about getting that red away there from the pocket and getting himself in with a chance of having the colour to play. In the end, that wasn't the case, and now at 1 point scored, it's still better than nothing, and especially if it is the difference of having yourself spot the red or giving yourself lengthy time in the chair and watching your opponent to try and have a break chance of his own. Once again, similar performance to the one that we've seen in the previous couple of frames, with those ones starting with a bit of a safety encounter, but this is a massive mistake there by Chomp, and he is going to be very lucky with the way that, well, the cue ball has stayed out and stayed on the side cushion, which is probably going to be another there of an advantage for Mark Selby, because he doesn't have to go for a long shot. But now, especially with the cue ball being exactly on the side cushion, yeah, Selby's considering to go for a safety shot straight away. I mean, as I say, with the black ball and pink being out of position, it is going to be very difficult for him to try and find something of a attacking approach now, and he does just send the cue ball to the yellow pocket to be sent and closer to the ball cushion. How many reds are open and possible right now? It's a very difficult question because, as I say, you know, Selby has had a couple of those reds available there on the previous shot, but he's refused the shot for the simple reason of the black and pink not really being possible right now, especially for the majority of the position that players will find themselves at. Blue is difficult to get at, and well, it's still a very nasty position to be a part of, especially if you get yourself in with a chance. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of the players gets himself in with a chance would actually be with a disadvantage, especially with the stakes being so high and the stage being so late of the frame and the match here. I mean, if someone gets on a colour, how good, just like I say, just like I answered, if one of the players gets on a colour, it's still going to be so difficult to make his way through those reds, because on one hand, you're going to have a couple of them in nice position, but on the other, they're going to be so much in the way of each other, and, well, it's a really difficult judgment to be made, but as I say, I think especially if Selby gets himself in with a chance, I think Trump is actually going to be enjoying himself nicely. For now, it's just an exchange of safeties here. But as I say, I can't really see any one of the players getting themselves an early chance apart from a massive long pot, which will have to be absolutely perfect at this stage. And once again, a decent safety to be played by Selby. And back to Trump it goes. One of the best matches in my life. No, that's an overstatement. The standard has been good, but it hasn't been great. And it certainly hasn't been the best match of my lifetime. And how many? So one red potted, yes, Team JFK. One red has been potted, so 14 more in play, but not so much in open play. Trump to win. Listen, it's still possible, but Selby is currently the favourite, with him being just one frame closer to the finish line. Getting the cue ball in behind the brown for one more time, and trying to establish the cue ball into a nice little position there. Trump has played a brilliant safety out there, because I don't think Selby can get through to those reds on the right-hand side of the table, and if he can, he'll be finding himself a very lucky man indeed. And, well, still has to play the shot perfectly. Can't afford to miss those. And, well, he needs the cover now from the colours, because he's left the red over the corner pocket. Has he got it? I'm not sure. And, well, Trump certainly is not going to be able to get through to that red by the corner pocket. But can he try and initiate the contact on that red to be pushed over the pocket and get himself up with some sort of a chance there? Is there a way to watch live? TNT Sports 3, WSD Play for you to try and do it. Not on YouTube, as far as I'm aware. But this is now going to be a shot that makes things happen, that's for sure. But I'd still probably say that even though Judd has now got technically a chance of dropping this red in, I think it is going to be advantage to Selby, because even if Chomp gets this red in, I think it's going to be very difficult to get himself on the collar. And of course, if he doesn't get this red in, he's going to leave this red over the pocket for Selby. And, well, he's taken a really nice shot out there, and it was a brilliant chance. And was really unlucky to just cannon the wrong part of that red. And in the end, well, he's still taken away from the pocket and managed to get the cue ball into a nice position on the ball cushion. So Selby doesn't have any more of an advantage. And back to him it goes, trying to initiate the contact on a couple of more of those reds. Maybe lead one of them towards the left corner. The table is messy. It certainly is messy. The players must be tiring. And I don't mind admitting that I have a 6 hour sleep following the 6th frame. Well, listen, as I say, it has been a good portion of snooker. I think we're going to be approaching 6 hours of playtime here. And it's another beautiful shot there by Selby. He's got more fire in the belly. Listen, for now, I actually have to say that Chomp seems to be the player that's trying to make things happen. But in the end, Selby is able to come away with those brilliant shots of a safety play, getting the yellow to be in between the cue ball and 14 reds now. And realistically, the way for Chomp to get onto those reds is going to be trying to play a shot off the side cushion. That way, he's not really going to get really far here. So, as we enter the last 2 frames here zone, this one has already been over 15 minutes and only one of those reds has been potted. And of course, that one was pretty much as close to being over the pocket as you're ever going to get there in a professional match. So once again, I'm looking to see what his options are. I think he can get through to one of those reds, or a couple of them on the left-hand side, but it's all about just trying to leave this cue ball in a position that is going to be safe. But, I mean, or you can try and go for an absolute hit and hope shot. I mean, it actually hasn't worked out too badly for Trump, because basically he's gone for an absolute mighty of a cue action shot, trying to get the cue ball to go back for the bulk line and trying to cause chaos on the lower part of the table. Good news is, managed to get the black in open play. Bad news is, he left the red on, available to take on for Selby. Has he managed to take it? Yes, he has. So, advantage Selby now. And 13 reds to try and make his way through to get himself a frame win, which will get him over the line. He's got the chance now, that's for sure. Although if he takes the black now onto its own spot, he will be compromised badly. Unless, of course, the black is going to be able to go past those reds and into the left corner pocket. And decide to watch live. Well, as I say, TNT Sports 3 and WSD Play. You can check that on the official WSD website. Now, it's a massive chance for Selby, because if he gets his black into the yellow pocket, gets the cue ball on the lower part of the table is very messy, but Trump has managed to get a couple of those reds way too close to the pocket for Selby not to be happy with. And, well, certainly got a lot of action on the cue ball at this stage. And gets himself 9 points of an advantage now to try and hold on to. Having a couple of those reds over the pockets. Selby needs to win now. Don't lose many deciders. And yet, Catalan, he has lost out to decider this season in the final to Jack Lisowski. So, you know, I know what you're talking about. He does seem to be the more consistent of the players when it comes to the business end of the match. But the stats don't lie. And if I was to back one player in the decider, it will still probably be Selby, for the simple reason of Judd has never led this match from start to finish. And he hasn't managed to level things up here until the match has started, or, of course, if he is to force a decider here. So Selby has been the dominant force throughout the 95% of this match, and now gets one more difficult red in to the left corner. The reason why I say it's difficult is because it was very important for him to not just drop the red in, but also have the black lined up for the right corner for him to try and play. How's the table lie out? Does it look over? Not quite, but it does look like it's going to be a great chance here for Selby. But as I say great chance. He's going to have black available only into the right part of the table for now. And therefore, he's going to have his chances cut down in that regard. Has missed the black into that corner pocket on a couple of previous occasions. Manages to get over couple of reds, but as I say, with the blue being out of the game, I mean, realistically, for him to go over the top part of the table, he has to try and play it with the yellow, which is still going to be out of the game and away from his spot there. So it certainly is not going to be over, and if anything, I'll actually say, unless Selby manages to play a safety shot at the end of his break, it will probably be advantage Chomp to an extent, because if Selby makes a mistake now and he gets through the difficult reds first, Chomp gets himself back at the table, he's going to have a great chance of at least leveling things up in the frame and still making it a 50-50 for frame number 18 to go either way out there. Never trust the score, fell asleep again, and here we are. Yes, Tisha, I actually didn't realise I haven't seen you here for a while. I think you've left us at 4-7, and it is going to be 8-9. And, well, very unlikely that Mark Selby is going to be able to get through this frame without giving at least one more chance to Judd, but if he is to do it, then he is a worthy champion, and Judd has already managed to put up a great fight here. Now Selby trying to stay on that black for the right corner, which is going to be an almighty challenge there for him. Gets the red in nicely though, and is played for a brilliant shot on the black here. So those are the sort of shots which are going to get him further on the break. And of course at this stage, with it being business end of the match here, it will be very important here for average shot time on the break. 32 seconds there for Selby, so taking all the time to think about it. And he's been on the finish line before, and he wasn't able to get over this one. And, well, Cannon's one of those reds out of the way. So let's see if that black is now going to be potable into both of the corner pockets, because if that is the case, it is going to be massive advantage to Selby now when he tries to get himself over the finish line. 4 reds on cushions, I mean, probably more than that. 1, 2, 3, well, yes, well, probably, yeah, 4 of them, but still, the fact that he was able to get the black possible, hopefully there, as I say, still waiting for the confirmation for the camera angle, for it to be possible into both left and right corner pocket. It will be a massive boost there for him, and for now he's got one more red over the left middle for him to try and pick out here, for him to get 42 points away here, 43 points away from Judd Chomp, and Chomp is a fighter. Is there enough loose reds to win? There are, certainly to establish yourself really far onto this break, but for now it is of course only 36 points of an advantage. Don't know why I've done that. Sorry, apologies. And yeah, as I say, 37 now points of advantage as he goes himself to be set up for the yellow to be taken now. So it's one of the opening shots that he's actually not going to be playing for the black here, but he needs to have an angle to try and get the cue ball to be going down the table for him to establish the 39 points of a gap, with still 91 points at the table. Looks like Mark with still, you know, when he gets to those painful part of reds, he's going to be struggling there, and one chance is all it takes there for Chomp, because at that time you'll have the pink spot available. So, you know, maybe you establish the pink back on his spot and have the break built around that one. And Selby was desperately trying to get the cue ball as close to that red as possible for him. Well, he wants this one to be in a straight line because of the black still only being available into the right corner, as we've established previously. 39 points now is the advantage. 91 at the table. As long as he keeps just removing those reds away from the table, he could be over the line and plays the shot wonderfully now. Is he going to be able to stop the cue ball in time? He will be. Now 40 points, as I say, against any other player. I'd say a comeback is possible, but against Selby I don't think so. Catalan, it's a good point. He's able to just grind out those frames and get himself over the line. But where is he getting the next red from? He's going to have to try and get the cue ball close to the side cushion to try and play the shot into the left middle. And that one is not going to be perfect unless he decides to go along the side cushion there for the left-hand side of the table. That is another option, of course, there for him. Always try to make things happen. Now, has he got himself a red? I think he has got himself a red into the right middle. This could be something of a beginning of the end there for Judd Chomp, especially with Mark Selby being so clinical with his chances, even in the second session, apart from those 2 black misses into the right corner. Now, 47 points advantage. As I say, if he takes one more red out of the game, you'll have 75 of those points available on the table. Thoughts on Judd? 3-ball controversy. Listen, I think Selby has managed to be a nice little gentleman and to be a great sportsman out there. For him to admit that he could see that red full ball, and referee sort of stand corrected there. But it does look like it is going to come down to nothing if Selby's able to find a couple more of those reds. And as I say, certainly will be a clearance of the tournament because of the way that he's had to do it in the frame number 18 for him to be sort of going from a break of 1 point to the break of 54 points right now. 75 points still at the table. So needs 2 more reds there to be taken out of the table for him to leave 59 points at the table. And with him taking 2 expensive colours, should be over the line quite comfortably. Now drops the shred in. So 1 more black to be taken. And let's see what Selby has got in store for us. Because, as I say, for him to have 67 points at the table, he does need 1 more red plus black combination. There's nobody better than Selby for finishing difficult frames. Thank you for sharing the score and commenting. No, absolutely no problem there. And thank you for tuning in. As I say, 564 people watching. So thank you every single one of you that's actually tuned in. Feel free to hit the like on the stream and subscribe to the channel on your way out. And this has been a brilliant Triple Crown final to comment on. And well, it does look like at this stage it will be 18 frames for the 2nd year running. And last time, of course, it was Judd against Barry Hawkins. And English Shot Derby. Once again, it does seem to be the case 1 more time. And Judd will be looking very nervously now to see if there's going to be 1 more mistake there from Selby. But he looks to have played the shot absolutely perfectly, getting the cue ball perfectly lined up for the side cushion now to try and roll this red into the left corner for him to be the match winner here, surely. And lucky Juggernaut, well, there's nobody better than Selby for finishing difficult frames. That certainly is the case. And he's managed to get himself over the line, but he doesn't seem to celebrate just yet. He's run himself out of position, but he still has the pink to be taken. And surely that will be the last shot that sees Judd eliminated and out of the picture. Well, is he going to be able to take the pink in? He will be. And he drops the pink in, and surely that is going to be Mark Selby for the 3rd Triple Crown of the UK Championship title in his career. What a battle it has been. What a performance from Judd. And surely that is just a bit too much there for Trump to try and overcome. In the end, he is having looked at the table. Of course, for it being the final frame, he wants to continue. And awesome, what a shot. Told you next year for Trump. Well, listen, it is still, well, Trump trying to hang on for it for a while. And getting the cue ball to go closer to the green now. Of course, right now, as it stands, he needs 4 snookers. And he'll try and fight it out for as long as he can. But the break of Selby surely has done all the damage there to him. The break of 69 points in the position that he had, as I said that was very unlikely for him to be playing his last shot of the match there with Trump. But in the end, it probably was his last shot, which was competitive at that stage. And, well, what a performance, what a battle, what a tournament, what a week here at York at the Barbican. Mark Selby coming through the early round of Lee Pei Fan, Joey Long, having that mighty clash with Barry Hawkins and Sean Murphy, and coming back to win all of those matches. And in the end, well, Mark Selby's going to have a chance now to drop this red into the corner pocket and surely put all of those hopes behind Judd now. Trump is going to come back to his seat, and maybe he's going to be for the last time. Because, as I say, this red is possible there for Selby. And if it's going to be the case, it will be Selby to march on to a win. And it will be the case. And you can see the fist in the air. And Mark Selby is surely going to be the UK champion of 2025. What a battle. Judd had a brilliant performance for him to try and defend his title. But in the end, that wasn't enough for him. And Mark Selby knows that he's done everything right. He was leading from the get-go. Trump was able to close the game down, but in the end, it still was too many of those frames for him to try and close the gap down to Selby. And the better player today certainly was able to take the win. Congratulations to Mark Selby. I think he was able to do all the damage in the first session for sure, but he still was able to see Judd creep back there for him to be within touching distance for a couple of those occasions. And, well, too many cheap giveaways for Trump. Listen, that was the case in the opening session, but you have to say, what a comeback it has been by Mark Selby, I want to point out, because when Trump was able to close that gap down to 7-8, just 1 frame in this one, we have seen 2 brilliant frames of number 16 and number 18 now by Mark Selby for him to be over the line and over the moon, I am sure, for him to get to 3 UK Championship crowns. Is he going to be able to produce a total clearance? Probably unlikely now, with him running short on the yellow. And now it's a little double to entertain the crowd for one last shot of the York here. Well, it's not over yet, because I thought it was going to be the last shot. He's managed to pull off a brilliant double out there, and well, Sean clearly won't be enjoying that, as you can understand. Of course, massive shout out to Judd. He has played brilliant week here at the York, defeating Stephen Maguire, Si Zhaoyi, Ding Zhuyi, and defeating Neil Robertson as the third rated seed of the rankings. But in the end, only one player could beat Judd, and it was Mark Selby with a brilliant win. And what a performance. Judd, you can see smiling in the end, and he is going to be gutted but happy for Selby, because Mark Selby has deserved this win brilliantly. As you can see, a victory for Judd. Apologies for that. Victory for Mark Selby and a defeat for Judd. And what a performance from Mark Selby. Shout out to Judd, though. He has managed to make this match as entertaining as he possibly could, especially after that opening session. But in the end, congratulations to Mark Selby. And after Champion of Champions, it is going to be the first ranking event of this season. And what a ranking event it has been. By far the best win of this season there. In any of those tournaments, we'll have to be waiting for the Masters. And of course, that means that Mark Selby is going to get the benefit side of the draw. And he's going to avoid Neil Robertson in the Masters. And he's going to play against Salgadun at the opening round. Well, let's see if that's going to be the case. But I think we've set ourselves up nicely for the second part of the season. And what a win this is by Mark Selby. All the haters can absolutely be silenced. And you know what? Because that Mark Selby certainly managed to respond. Defeating Judd in 2 straight finals is nothing short of extraordinary for him to do it with 10-8 and 10-5. If you're going to do, Mark recently did a podcast where he shared his personal fights which have affected his game. Yes, Boss Ahmed, I've seen that, and once again, you have to say there's probably very few players on the tour stronger than Mark Selby, but what a performance and what a win for him. Triple Crown, number 3 of the UK Championship, and let's see if he set himself up nicely for the Masters. And you never know, maybe he's going to be not the dark horse, but one of the main challengers for the 5th crown of the World Champion this season. Well done, Mark. Congratulations, Mark. Lovely little comments there. And Mark wins the UK Championship. Incredible performance. In the end, as I say, nothing that Judd has done wrong in this session. And he was just too much of a deficit for him to try and overcome, especially after losing the opening frame. 2-7 down. Managed to have a mighty comeback of being 7-8 down. But those 2 frames of frame number 16 and 18 have done all the damage in favour of Mark Selby. 2 absolutely stunning clearances to add to the opening frame win. And you see Mark Selby getting over the line, and over the moon he is and should be. Well, it is going to be the end there of the broadcast of the UK Championship. Feel free to join in back for the snooker shootout. It'll probably just be the live scoreboard at that time. But we'll be back at the Scottish Open. Not going to have Judd featuring, but certainly going to have Mark Selby trying to go for a Home Nation Series win for the first time this season. Let's see if he's going to be back in the sort, stronger than ever. And of course, he has managed to reach the world number 7 spot, and being just a couple of thousand of ranking points worth away from John Higgins, it is now going to be, hopefully, a revival of the season. And once again, we're going to have a new winner of the ranking event, but for the first time, we're going to have a second, well, the winner that has managed to take 2 tournaments this year, although, of course, one of them was non-ranking event, and the Champion of Champions, it still was an incredible performance, both from Mark Selby and Judd, and in the end, he was the jester from Leicester that managed to come out on top. And what a match it's been. Thank you very much for everyone that's tuned in, and so far, it has been one of the best tournaments that we've seen, certainly, especially with it being the Triple Crown event. Feel free to hit the like and subscribe on the way out. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you around for the Scottish Open and the Snooker Shootout to close off 2025 on a high. Speak to you soon. Thanks for tuning in. Massive legend to you all. Take care.